I'm going to call this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission to order. It is Tuesday, August 6th at, exactly 4:30. Present at today's meeting are John McLaughlin, Diane Coombs, Val Oliver, TJ Watterson, and myself, Ray Pohl. For those few of you in the audience, you've all heard this before, but if you want to record any portion of tonight's meeting, please let us know in advance. And any conversations other than at this table should take place out in the hall. Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
All right, so Diane has made a motion to approve tonight's agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. Is there any public comment at this time? Hearing none, we will move right along to our consent agenda. We might have some issues with
We have
four.
4 people.
You kind of have an issue.
Well,
It's just Johnny and me.
Steve's here.
And
Here,
no,
folks.
Steve he's on it, so he can't.
Steve's
So
on the
only
consent.
Johnny and me.
Oh, so-
Might I make a suggestion?
Yes, I have a suggestion.
Break it up, right?
Well, let's see, if we do,
all of them except for mine.
you can do 1 through 14 without TJ and Ray, and then 15 through 22 without Val and Stephen.
Okay.
Wait, hold
That
on.
would give you 4 voting on each.
So TJ has the last item on, 22. Did you count that?
Yeah, I've got 2 items,
Oh, you do.
13, 22.
Well, I can abstain from mine, obviously, because you won't call on me.
But we
You're
only,
gonna
we
recuse.
need, if we don't do it right, you only have 2 people.
So if we do 1 through 14 and having Ray and TJ step off,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And then
Basically,
we do,
TJ will probably have to step off all of them,
and then
since he's
on
got 2.
15 to 22, we'll have Val,
And Stephen.
Stephen, and TJ again step off,
But that still leaves us 4 voting members.
and or 3.
Well,
Well, we're gonna
that's
have one
okay, I think we
abstention.
have 4 voting members, it's better than 3 with 1 abstaining.
Yeah.
Oh, is that even possible?
It's
that a-
possible, but it looks weak.
Okay, all
So
right.
if you
Well,
have
I
4
like the plan, the way it is. So here's what we're gonna do, John. Because of our various recusals around the table, the first thing we're gonna vote on is items 1 through 14. 1 through 14 on the consent. I have to recuse, TJ has to recuse, that's it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Diane is gonna chair that one,
Okay.
items 1 through 14.
Motion to approve 1 through 14.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next one
Diane,
is-
just for the record, I think John may have abstained from that,
Did you abstain, Johnny?
okay?
Okay, and 1 abstention.
Okay, so the second block will be items 15 through 22.
Right,
And the board on that will be John, Diane, Val,
No,
oh, no Val, John, Diane,
Well, that'll be only 3. I guess
Steve.
it'll
no
be
Val,
only-
no TJ, no Steve.
which one is you?
19. So you could do 15 through 22 except for 19, and I can stay in.
19 and
And then you
22.
can do mine separately.
Well, I think we can move forward with the
Okay.
way
You
that this.
can move through forward with the 3, like I said, just a little weak.
I know. Okay, I get you, but it's just a couple of consent items, so I think it's okay to take a risk. Okay, so here's what's going to happen from 15 through 22, John. You're sitting on it, John.
And 15, 22.
15 through 22 on consent. This is what we're voting on now. All right, that's you, Diane, and me. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I move to accept 15 through 22 minus,
Oh, we don't need to minus that.
okay, that's it.
Okay. All those in favor of Diane's motion to approve items 15 through 22 on the consent agenda? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's 2 in favor and 1 abstention. Okay?
Okay,
We've covered all that. Now, consent with conditions,
is good, all
I
good.
think we're all good. So now,
You need one
we have
of
four,
your alternates.
yeah, we have 4 regular members. So TJ, why don't you sit on this one?
Okay.
All right? Can somebody give me a motion
I'll
on?
make a motion to, accept Shannon's Bass at number 1, consent with conditions.
Just one?
We're gonna do all 3 if you don't mind.
All 3 at once?
We-
Okay,
we
1,
can.
2, and 3.
All right. So all those in favor of Diane's motion to approve the consent with conditions, aye.
Aye.
And TJ, you were on it, so, right, there's our board. Okay. Kevin, we're at you.
All right, good evening.
Hi there.
Okay, the first one for NIR Retail was recommended for approval.
Who?
NIR Retail.
Free North Union.
You know what? Sorry, Kevin. Establishing the board on this one, we'll just have Steven sit on all of the sign applications, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. So, did somebody make a motion?
I
on that?
will. Motion to approve number 1 for sign advisory committee.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number 2 at 167 Orange was approved with comments.
Motion to approve with comments per sign advisory board.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Rock at 53 Main are both continuing on hold, the next 2. That's your 3 and 4.
Motion to hold 3 and 4.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
And your number 5, Richmond at Nancy Ann Lane, was recommended for approval.
Motion to approve number 5.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Kevin. All
Have a
right.
good night.
Thanks, you too. Okay, first up under old business is 2 Prospect Street.
Good evening.
Hi.
Good evening.
You broke it.
Is that
Welcome.
the system?
Is this a new design you've been working on?
That's the oldest house. John had
60 days in mail.
A John Ted farewell party.
60 days in mail.
I haven't gotten to that yet. Now, where are those?
Those came off.
Oh, they did. Okay. All right. Yeah, they're off. Oh, are you using the older agenda, John?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, they came off of there. You don't want to cross-reference with the newer version.
That's the wrong agenda. It's been updated since.
That's correct.
That's
Okay.
Share with you.
Am I correct in saying that this is under old business, but it's never been heard?
No, we
No,
heard
we
it
heard
while
it.
you were away and,
Oh, so I'm not on this board.
right.
Oh, that's
And
that's
so I have HSAB comments. Do they go to you, Diane?
I'll do that. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
These are the same,
No, it's a different one. They saw them
Doing?
yesterday.
You need an
non-contributing,
alternate on it.
but
Okay, so the board, excuse me, I'm sorry, was,
Comes McLaughlin, Camp, Alvin, Dutra.
okay, thank you.
With Welch and Watterson as alternates, so you have to pick someone.
I
It's
guess I
TJ.
did sign, so TJ.
their comment is must be behind hedge, not in driveway. So they must be talking about the shed.
Yep, he's gonna move it.
Oh, good.
Will it be
That's-
behind the hedge?
Yes, and it's not visible. However, I wanted to ask for your opinion as well. My wife is a physician. She does a lot of telemedicine, and with 2 babies, it's the professionalism gets affected because dealing with a patient, you don't want to hear me or the kids screaming in the background. So we will move the shed. We will put a shed where it is not visible, but I was wondering if you could allow that the new that the building that is there now, which is would create an ample space for her to have her own office away from the husband and the children. And then if that were to be allowed, what else do I need to modify or add to it beside the inspector things such as having it ventilated, having insulation, and et cetera, which was
That's
planned.
more something you check in with the building commissioner.
They said that's fine, but from your opinion, what is there anything that I would have to do other than, of course, complete the building, shingle it?
This is your little new shed that you're applying for, right?
This is the existing shed.
Yeah.
My little she shed that's like in trouble.
Is the size gonna stay the same?
Yeah, because it's perfect because there's nothing in there.
Okay.
So it would be a nice office for her.
It's a likely thing that if you were going to call this an office, in the eyes of the building department, they'd want a permanent foundation with concrete piers. I don't know if you're intending to do that, but if not, you might just tell them it's a zoning shed. And,
Okay.
you know.
Wouldn't he need a step from the ground up to the door? You
Yeah.
would need what you would need.
It's on. It's lifted off the ground.
Yeah. So you'd either drop it down on the foundation or put it on the piers, but put a step. And if you wanted to, you would maybe just put a handrail on one side
Okay.
so that if you had somebody who was not well,
I think we're getting far away from what
This would be telemedicine. Would not be anyone coming into that building other than my wife having private conversations with her patients.
right.
And I would think you'd want a bigger window if it was me, but.
Okay, so and I'm happy to take all of that in consideration to do it right.
So you would be all set on that. You can check with, as TJ said, check with the building inspector.
Okay.
And if you need to make any changes, you could come back and amend your approval if anything's going to look different on the outside.
Johnny, did you want to say something?
Yes, I went up and viewed it, from all sides. God was visible. And what I'd like to see come before us is a completed application, filled out completely, signed by the owner, listing all you have to get permits for, and get photos of it. And that photo you have there does not relate to any of our approval.
Okay, and I spoke up today. My apologies.
Yeah, right. And you have to fill out the application, pay the fee, and send them over to the acting administrator. She'll put you in the right direction.
I spoke today with the building inspector, and he said as long as it's up to code, it's no problem with us. As long as the HTC approves it and allows it to be there and constructed, and if they have any kind of if you have any kind of suggestions saying, okay, the window should be this much larger or this much smaller, or whatever I need to do, I'm more than happy to comply with it.
I had a little bit more fun. Drawing of each elevation.
He's got that in
He
here.
has it.
He's got that right
He
here.
has that.
It's behind the site plan.
Okay.
And the application
I think
is
you passed
full,
it.
Steve.
That's all.
It's
You
kind
want
of
to pass
forward.
that down to Johnny?
Does anybody have any issue
This
with
one
the
here.
submitted?
No, that's where John
This one
told
here.
him to move
It's
it.
got to show you the rake boards, the corner boards, all right, your fascia under here, all right. The door, what type of door, all right, you're gonna draw a door in, it's approvable. And this is all white sheet, you only got one window in the building,
Yes, I can put more if you'd like.
and one door.
Right.
Thank you. That's my questions, thank you.
All right, if we could have that back, so you were going to make a motion?
Well, John does bring up a good point about the trim. Is the trim detailed in the application?
John has the application. Get it back, Steve.
Maybe you can have it match the house.
Yeah, I would say that all the trim should match the house, the shingle, sidewall, and all the details.
Yeah, that was the intention.
I figured it was. I have no problem, and I'd make a motion to approve through staff with the application completed to state that all the trim details are to match the existing house.
All trim
And you can just do that before you leave with Kathy over there.
to match house. Hi, do you remember
Can I
what
ask a
color?
question?
Pardon me?
It's right here.
Is this the shed in the new location?
Mhm,
Yes.
mhm.
So you're proving the shed in the new
In
location?
the new location.
Yes.
Right.
And the color of the sash is white, which matches the house and the.
And his trim is natural, which is not the same as a house, but it is a shed.
Well, the,
And the doors are natural to weather also.
The building inspector only today told me only one thing. He said if you're going to basically have matching buildings, whether or not, according to HTC, the acreage is appropriate.
The what?
The acreage.
Acreage.
Ground cover.
yeah, the shed is what, 8 by,
8 by 11.
yeah, that's fine. It's
6 by 11.
6 by, so yeah.
it's exempt from your ground cover, which is by right, you're allowed to have a shed below 200 square foot, regardless of your existing ground cover percentage.
As long as you don't call it an office.
And as long as it falls within the buildable building envelope and setbacks. Now, I would actually prefer that the trim be white since it's visible from the
Yes.
driveway
Right,
and, matches the house.
yep. I have that down.
So the current building remains.
I think there's a motion on the table.
Yes,
Yeah.
all those who,
Madam Chairperson, on the motion,
yes,
before it is application explaining in writing, I want to see proper drawings. Not a photo, that's not
He
gonna help us.
has.
he has
He
drawings.
drew drawings on graph paper.
There's no carnivores on it, there's no rake board, no
John,
windows.
Just so you know, I don't know if you heard because you were writing stuff down. His motion is that, just so you're aware, is that the trim matches the trim on the existing structure. So that the dimensional and the colors are all the same.
Okay, what
Just
kind
so
of
you know.
windows going in there, what kind of doors?
A batten door that he drew in a
I'm
little
sorry?
Batten
a
door.
batten door that he drew and a 4-light true divided light
TDO.
window.
You drew it on there, right?
Yeah.
No, he drew it.
Yeah, he's got a
It's
little
on there.
window and door schedule there that he sketched in for us.
Plus we should be, building it without a permit, $100 fine.
I already paid the fine. Do I pay it again?
No,
Wait a minute, who fined you? Building department?
The city. I have just received it was $150.
I think that's us,
Can't
John.
wait to the building department.
I think
No.
it's the HDC.
This is.
Because it can't go to the
Written on
building department,
application that a fee was paid?
John. I'm not on this, but it can't go to the building department without an HDC certificate.
Okay.
So I think you paid the fine to us.
Yes, I saw John Hedden.
Yeah.
Is it written on the application? I'm curious about this. This is something that doesn't happen too often, and I'm trying to look out for you as well. But if there's a $150 charge for the approval, there should be additional $100 charge for doing it without a permit. We have a fining system, and we should go by it. Huh?
Well, that would be a building department situation, not HDC.
he paid a fee of $50 in cash.
150.
Okay, well, it's in here on 7/8
Oh.
of 19, it says $50. I don't know. We can check it out with John Hedden, we shouldn't.
He's not here anymore. He's gone.
Well, I did make a motion.
Yeah, so let's try and do this
I
motion
think he sounds like he's paid the fine.
through staff for all trim to match the house in color and cut and that the application all be.
Motion to approve the shed in the new location through staff with the application to reflect all trim detail and color palette to match the house.
Right,
That's the motion I have down.
all those in favor?
Terry's motion, no.
I'll make it.
No, TJ's.
Oh, TJ. Aye.
Aye. John?
Oh, yeah, boo-boo.
How many voting?
There's 4, 1, 2,
TJ,
3, 4,
Val,
5.
Diane, and you.
Could we back up
I'll
real
vote
quick?
last,
Yep,
please.
both alternates can
So
be
those-
on this.
John, those
Okay.
three have voted
Because
in favor.
Abby's not here.
Okay.
So
All right, I vote in
Steve-
favor.
is on it. Sorry, Steve.
I got
Oh, you're on it?
1,
I guess so.
2, 3. What is waiting?
I'll-
4.
I'll abstain.
Okay, I got 4 yeses and 1 abstention.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
very much.
Next up, Linda, 20 Willard. And we'll need to have the board on this one.
We didn't hear it.
This one hasn't been heard.
No, it's been heard.
Yes.
This is the roof walk on
And
Willard
the-
Street.
Board is Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, and Waterson.
Cole,
Oh.
Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp's not here, and TJ.
And then Welch and Dutra were the alternates.
So we'll have Stevenson on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Thank you.
Pleasant Street.
No,
this
Willard
is it.
we're reviewing right now. This was for a roof walk. The last time this was heard was probably 3, 4 weeks ago.
Ninth,
What?
ninth, the ninth, July 9th.
Oh, a month ago.
Now time is flying,
Okay.
ridiculously so. All right, it was a comment, there were several things that were stated that weren't actually accurate the last time. But we came up with this as an alternative because I believe someone, maybe Abby, suggested that we move it to the back so it wasn't on the street. And it actually, from an interior point of view, it works because they can come up the stairs and then pull down the stairs in the hallway instead of in a closet and go right up into the roof walk. So we've turned it and moved it to the back. And as you can probably tell from the old photos, which should be in there, we skirt the roof, we skirt the dormers, and we're able to get it in the back, which is quite stunning. It's very small. It's only 10 by 8. It's not that big a roof, and we didn't want to go over 1/3 of the roof. So it's now moved off the front of the building. However, when you look at the wealth of pictures, which I don't know if Stephen might have seen them when they went by before.
We have these.
Yeah, but we have a whole packet
Oh,
of all the other roof walks in
Right.
Grant Point, every one of them.
Yes.
And they're all on the street for the most part. They're all completely 100% visible. They're in weird locations. So many of them are on top of dormers. Many of them are way past the 1/3 to the roof ridge length. Some of them have weird skirts, some of them have weird railings, some of the, it's a very strange area for roof walk. There's every single kind of roof walk you can imagine down there. It's just weird. And that's why we've approved several other of them, including several on 1.5-story structures, because it's Brant Point. I would never bring one of these in anywhere else but Brant Point. And we've actually went to court on one, and the applicant won, and he kept it because the neighbors sued it because she didn't want him looking in her yard. She lost that one. And that was on almost exactly the same height of structure as this one and sort of the same configuration. So if Brant Point is Brant Point, it's weird already, and it's weird already here. Plus the house,
It's just a roof walk.
Okay.
plus the house is gonna be, at some point, come up another 3.5 feet because they're gonna get it up out of the floodplain, so they can't take a canoe to it.
That would be.
The house to the right of it, exactly the same house as this, has already come up 4 feet. So it will be coming up out of the ground as soon as he gets this done, then he can figure out how much money he has to pull it up.
Okay.
Because the insurance company is not very happy with it, great.
You can't imagine they would.
No. can't
Thank you,
imagine.
Linda. TJ, do you have anything to offer?
And I much prefer it in the new location. I do notice that it's sitting quite a bit above the ridge. If we could lower lower
It's
the.
gotta be 6 inches off the ridge.
Is
Yeah, but it's like a foot.
Is that a new rule or?
No, he's just trying to get it away from the dormers and get it away, enough room to get access into it, because we had that discussion before, and I got it down lower than it is now.
Are
That
you,
was-
are you talking in terms of actual physical?
He wanted to get air underneath it because of where it's located and because of the dormers back there.
Well, typically we put these like an inch above the ridge,
Right.
you know.
Well, what did he do? 6, I thought I told him 6 inches.
It's like a foot.
Well, I think it's where it's integrating with the other part of the roof is what one of the issues was.
Well, okay,
Because he
so
reworked this like 4
here,
times.
let's just go around. So TJ, you're, you prefer this location, and I do think looking at the east elevation, the
Mhm.
perspective, once again, is gonna kind of make this thing not visible
That
from
is
Willard
right.
Street, just simply because it's on the back. But you would prefer to see that come down a little bit. Is that your only comment?
If possible, and I do have one other comment.
Oh, then go ahead.
And
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet structurally on these rails, they span horizontally far enough. You're gonna need a mid post and
It's inside the wall. We didn't want to make it so complicated that it was only 4 feet wide, 4
yeah.
feet wide, so we put the post on the inside of it, so he's got it structurally supported.
With the
I'm not sure what you mean.
It's not on the outside, so you see a center post, because these little sections would be so
Yeah,
small.
yeah.
He's got it, we've had a couple come in here over the years where they've got the support on the inside
All right.
of the railing and not the outside.
My only comment was gonna be that if you
Come
put,
down.
if you put a middle post, just don't cap it, bring it to the
Oh, yeah.
underside of the
It
rail.
wouldn't be capped.
You know, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Well, I think the house doesn't accept it well, but that is only my opinion. On the south elevation, the left-hand leg of the roof walk seems to come down very low, right next to all the way down past the roof of the dormer, almost to the bottom windows. Does it have to be that big?
That's not visible at all. It's so, I couldn't even see the dormer. I had to get in the backyard and move around the fence to get it.
South elevation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not visible.
We see what you're talking about.
Okay.
He's just trying to move it back there.
I think that the space underneath it should be what is typical and not for
Not visible.
lifting it
Okay.
up any higher.
Anything else?
Nope, that's
Thank
it.
you. Stephen?
Yeah, I agree with comments. I think, due to the scale of that structure, first of all, I think it's a quirky element in a quirky area where it comes to roof walks. Secondly, I do believe that a post mid span of the 10-foot and perhaps even the 8-foot that doesn't protrude all the way down to the roof but does go down below the skirt would
There's no
help
skirt.
to your rim board. Would help to create a sense of a smaller scale by creating 2 panels that's more proportional to the size of the small additive mass.
So add the post back in center.
I would put posts in the center, and I think if you came down 3 inches above the ridge, it doesn't quite split the baby, but it gets it closer to where it really needs to be.
Okay. Thanks, Stephen. John?
Yeah, my comments, I think would be in a different position for it, if you're gonna get one. Now, we have a general understanding policy, roof walks on quote 2.5-story structures. We've used it for years. There have been some approved, I know, because of mitigating circumstances. And right here on this one here, looking from the north elevation, where the dormer is, I believe, if I'm looking at it right, the roof on this is north elevation, the long legs, and why is there a distance between the bottom of the roof walk and the gable end?
So, John, we're gonna drop that down.
Can't.
Okay.
Well,
Right, but I say, it's, looking at it from the south elevation, the legs are going in in the dormer, I believe, next to the dormer. Right here.
Not into the dormer, John.
South
Next to
elevation.
south elevation?
Right.
No?
It is, that dormer dies into that back gable, I realize. That's why she can't get the platform lower as
Yeah.
well.
And there's another
The
reason.
dormer shoots all the way across.
Yeah, we worked this and worked this and worked this, and that's as far as I can get it.
Well,
Right, but it
no,
shows-
but
It
I,
looks
I'm
awful.
looking at, I see the condition
Is
now.
Val sitting on this?
No.
Hang on, Val is not on this. Have you finished?
No, I was gonna say, the same thing, looking at it from the south. The extra long legs do not help from it.
Cannot see it.
It detracts from the 4x4s up there, whatever you got.
Yeah.
That's my comment.
Thank you, John. Now, so I actually see and understand why the thing's elevated, but you know, the interesting thing is if you do look at the south elevation and the north elevation, it shows that you can drop it down. Like if you use Stephen's number of 3 inches, you still have plenty of space before you actually hit the dormer.
All right, here's the issue. Because we're moving it to the back, and we don't agree with moving it to the back, but he
Yeah.
was willing to move it to the back
Yeah.
to, you know, make people happier.
Yeah.
If you drop it down below where we have it now, which is not going to be visible from the road, which is the jurisdiction, I couldn't see over the ridge. He elevated it enough. He put a person up there, like my height, which is 5'2". He put a person up there and dropped it down on top of the ridge, and he wanted air underneath it anyway. But he dropped it down even further, and the visibility, he did a visibility study, and you see nothing but the house next door
Wait,
and the ridge of the
I'm
house
not
in front of you.
understanding. We're literally talking about a difference of 3 inches.
3 inches I can do, but somebody wanted it down even further.
No. Right now,
I can drop it the whole thing 3 inches, but that's it.
look, by my little pen math here, it looks like if you accept Stephen's 3 inches off of the ridge, that means that you would need to drop this thing down 3 inches. And you're there. 3 inches.
Then I can't be up there. We did a visibility study over the top of the ridge because we're moving it off the front of the house where he has the view to cutting the view in half by moving it to the back so you don't see it at all from the north and the south. And in the other side, which is what
Well, I'm trying to make this simple.
Yeah, well, that's sort of by requirement. We're not gonna let you have it on the front anyway.
Right.
It doesn't matter if he's willing to move it to the back.
And there's a lack of visibility,
You're
what's
getting
the
good
difference?
traction here.
If the lack of visibility, why are we talking about 3 inches? That's why it's in the back now. And from the street level, if you're standing in front of the house, you won't see it at all because of the angle.
Okay, so if you're going to insist on not dropping it 3 inches to satisfy the
And add the
members of the
post in the
board
middle.
well, that, which I can't imagine you're going to have a problem with.
No.
If you're going to insist on not dropping it to 3 inches to accommodate Stephen's request for a 3-inch separation between the ridge and the bottom of the joist, then we should do a mock-up on there and ensure that it's not going to be visible.
Well, the
But Linda,
bottom,
you know, I
clearly
think
the
that-
bottom of it's not visible.
I think that's short-sighted because you're
Well, you want to do
very
3
close
inches?
to approving.
Yeah, TJ was saying it's a foot off the ridge, and I didn't think we went to a foot off the ridge.
It's not a foot off the ridge. It's like 9 inches, maybe 8 inches.
Well, then give me
So-
6 inches off the ridge then if we drop it 3 inches, fine.
She should be discussing this. We should just tell her what we want, and that's it.
Well, I don't want to appeal this. I'd rather just come
Well,
up
I
with
think an
with
appeal might be in order.
mediated settlement.
Because this is like kind of crazy.
Linda,
you know.
Linda,
Well, if you're, is it
listen,
9 inches or
this-
6 inches, guys?
It started at 3.
Okay, 3 inches lower than where it is now.
Stephen would like to have the bottom of the joist,
Yep.
We get into ambiguities when we
Yeah.
call it the skirt, but I think we all know that this roof walk does not have a skirt, so we're
Right.
talking about the board underneath the deck.
So it's
The
either a
board
ridge or a
underneath the deck
joist.
would need to be 3 inches above the ridge that it's sitting on top of.
And the
that's
center post?
it.
And just
center
to,
post.
and just to clarify, that's not necessarily because it's something I like. It's something that's consistent. It's actually a little bit of latitude on what's typically approved, which is about 1 inch over the ridge.
Totally agree with
So I
that.
just want to be clear for the
Yep.
record in case
Can
this
I
goes to appeal.
Ask
Natural
one
weather,
question
right?
of you.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Where How do you get into it?
from the inside. You're coming right up off the
You
ridge.
come out
Well,
the
but,
invisible hatch?
There'll have to be a hatch.
Yeah.
Yeah, in
we'll
the
need
back.
to see where the
The
hatch
hatch
is
is
going.
shown on the site plan and the floor plan.
Yeah.
It looks like it comes from the
Kind of
top
hard
of
to
that
see it
dormer.
because of the dormers.
The top of the dormer on the west elevation, it's just not
Top of the dormer,
indicated.
not the thing that looks like a skylight.
No, it's on that,
It's shown in the
There is
roof
a
plan,
skylight
but
in
not
it,
the elevation.
it would be on that roof plane, Ray, but underneath the roof wall.
D.
I think that's a
Okay,
skylight.
so
on the-
just to keep things tidy, we'll need to have that on the set of plans that's submitted for your staff approval.
And the
Yes,
posts.
John,
Uh,
and the post.
Is this a skylight or just the?
That is
Send
a
it back.
skylight, I
They have
believe
a
it's
skylight.
existing.
I'm sorry, one at a time, please.
It's an existing skylight,
Existing skylight, all right.
It is.
There's 2 feet between there and the.
yes.
You framed it in.
How are you going to
John, the
get?
hatch is here,
Oh, okay.
so it would actually be like
Okay.
That's what I'm
here,
saying, it's hard to see it in the
and they're gonna put it
elevation.
on the drawings.
Okay,
We'll dot it in.
can somebody give me a motion on that?
Make a motion, motion to
Can you
approve.
hold that motion
Yeah,
just
yeah.
for a second? Diane? Did I answer your question?
Linda,
Yeah,
did you
it's-
see it says it's your roof wall?
It's not mine.
It's, TJ
I'd love to have a
showed me
roof.
where on the plan, it was up on
I'd
the
never be able
roof
to get
plan,
into it.
but it wasn't on the
It's not on the
elevation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, continue with the motion,
So,
TJ.
motion to approve through staff with the roof walk joist lowered 3 inches from where they're currently proposed now. And for the roof walk access, as reflected on the floor plans, to be reflected also on the elevations.
And
Did you get the middle?
the center post
Center
on
post.
north and south elevations.
But we won't see them.
You can't see them.
So in no center posts on the north and south
No,
elevation.
no, no.
No or
I think
out.
Stephen wanted the center.
Oh, yeah.
Right, the concept of the center post was to break down that overall span that you brought up,
I like
Yeah.
that.
which
So
I think is important.
with adding center posts to the north and south railings with the post to terminate on the underside of the rail.
No cap.
Right.
No cap, that's fine. Okay, there's TJ's motion. All those in favor of TJ's motion? Aye. John's opposed, so I believe
Awkward.
we have 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, thank you. And I believe you have another one. Oh, no, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Wait a second. Yeah,
Yes, you- oh, here it is.
Yes, you're not.
143 orange. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So
That
we're
privet's
gonna
growing
need to know,
nicely.
Oh, this is the
I'm
one with the
opening this
chicken.
all up
You
again.
know what?
Yeah, right across.
I'm just gonna tell you. We have good privet at our office. The really thick, fun stuff that's right next to Old South Road that, you know, is beautiful all the way from the ground up to the top. And then I have stuff on the back, on Milestone Lane or whatever that little road
That
is,
little
runs
road.
behind the I&M. It's the rattiest privet ever. And it has to do with the type of privet. So I'm just saying that because, you
I don't
know.
really care. That's not our problem.
Okay,
So the
Who's
board
sitting?
on
Okay,
this
yes.
is, Paul Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Welch, and
Cole,
Watterson.
Coombs,
Hold on.
McLaughlin,
Camp, Welch,
we'll skip Camp Welch.
and Watterson is the alternate.
Okay,
So Ray,
me,
Steve,
Diane, same
John,
board you just had,
TJ, okay.
just no Val.
No.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna revisit this. You got your site plan with the dimensions on it. It's in the file.
I don't have it.
Kathy has it. Kathy has it in the file. It was
What-
turned
what
in the
am I-
next day.
Okay, I'll speak when it's my
What,
turn,
Yeah,
and then I'll request that no one else does.
What do you need?
The site plan that has the dimensions
Yeah, they're all
on
ripped up, so.
and
They're
that's a
what?
problem because we're
Well, they-
probably gonna appeal it.
Or, yeah, go
Okay.
apart. So what do you need?
The site plan came in on its own, so it should be a single
Yeah, so
sheet.
it says one,
Yeah.
well, the one with the 2, this one came in after, this is what you guys asked for.
Yeah.
Yeah, for more information.
We asked for a complete application, to be clear.
Okay.
I'm not gonna get into an argument, Steve, I just
But
rather
it's not
present.
your place to get an argument.
I'd rather
It is your place to present your
and that's what I'm gonna
information
do.
and to be quiet.
And that's
so
what I'm
you
gonna
can
do.
proceed.
I'm asking
John, don't
nothing.
interrupt me,
One
please.
person speaking.
Okay.
Getting,
Let's let Linda just walk us through this, and any comments we'll retain until it's the board's turn to talk. Go ahead, Linda.
My client was very upset after the last one.
Let's not start that way. Let's just start.
Well, that's why she's not here.
Okay.
She didn't wanna get upset again.
So,
We have a situation with a lot that used to be all residences. Several of the residences from this lot basically towards the Marine Home Center down to where the Commons came in were all homes. Mostly owned, Diane, I think, by the Gomes family, is that correct?
Yep.
Yep. They've all been removed and commercial structures put in, or commercial structures been approved by the planning board. This was all residential street back in the day, even when Marine Lumber was there and before even the Alms House, which is now the big building across the street. Times have changed. The whole area is now in the Mid-Island Overlay Commercial District. She's being surrounded by commercial properties. Her and Jay Fox, I believe, were the only commercial, purely residential properties on that side of the street. You get down to the Lola Burger, and you still have Mooney's house there, which is set way off the street. Because this is a residence in the middle of chaos, with an NRTA in front of it, Dave Street on the side of it, the chicken box up the street, they've sort of been assaulted by fumes, people at all hours of the night, and the NRTA stop, people walking through her yard to get to the NRTA stop.
Mr. Chairman,
So
we're
she
hearing
is
repeats
asking-
of previous testimony.
I'm going to put it on the record.
It's
I have the right
previous
to do that.
Testimony.
She is very adamant about the fence. That's not the point. Whether she should have bought it or not bought it, it was within their price range to buy it, and they wanted to be centrally located so they could walk. I went all over this neighborhood, including into town and everywhere else. No one has their screening in these areas outside their fences, so they can service the screening. They can protect themselves from pedestrian, boats, buses, cars, bikes, people coming down the street from Dave Street. There are several in this position that have had 4 to 6 foot fences approved right on the street. There's 120 feet right there, because they're right on the corner across from Consu Springs. How many more do you need? I think Diane, maybe. I'm going to put this back into the record because I think I've added some, and there were some today I didn't, my computer's not downloading very well at the moment. I'm putting them back in, there's more. There's more in here. TJ didn't get one. I think Diane, did you get one?
Yeah, I got this.
There should be 2 down there.
Okay.
So what we did is we went around the neighborhood. Everybody's familiar with this 6 foot fence on the former Congressman's corner, right across from Consu Springs. It runs about 120 feet down the side.
Identify
corner.
the photo, please.
Which one are you looking at?
The one you're speaking of.
He wants to know which one.
This one, the first one.
It's not the first one, but thank you.
Yeah, there's one, yes it is.
It's the
This is the
third
other,
one.
this is the Union Street side right there. Just the corner of it, so you can see it compared to the one right behind it, which is another 4 foot fence we approved for the same reason.
That
Then you
fence
have
was
it coming
not
down,
approved.
this is Union Street. Yes, it was. I
Not
sat
approved.
on it.
The one that is on Union where it comes up and meets
That is
orange,
approved.
that was up, I've been on this.
I can't, just let me finish, please.
Yeah.
It comes down at 6 feet because of that corner, and
Yeah.
because his garden is quite something, and it was very busy. The 4 foot fence on the next one, which is 79 Union Street, which is towards town, but right next to him, the Spring Street is in between, is a 4 foot board fence for the same reason when they got it. They also got a 6 foot fence on their backside going up the street. So then you get over to the other one that we approved, which is going down next to the old spouter, which is, I forget, 70 feet or something like that, ridiculous. Their plantings are on the inside also, when they used to be sort of haphazard on the old fence before the town had to pay for the new fence. That is not even next to a residence, it's on the backside. The cottage and the 2 apartments are down in the old spouter. But because of the bike lane, because of the new sidewalk, because of all the chaos up and down Orange Street, they were given a 6-foot fence for that full length. Then the marine lumber one, they put that fence up in between the residence and the commercial, because that's expanded, obviously, since they first built marine lumber. Then you got another stockade fence, and then up Dave Street, you have another board fence. And then over here, because they are surrounded by residences, Cumberland Farms was allowed to put up a 6- and 4-foot board fence of hundreds of feet. They put it up on the backside to protect them from, I think, First Way people or Allen's Way. And they put them up here to protect them from the Waterhouse property next door. Again, it's a board fence. You can see that it's fully visible, not screened. Whatever planting belongs to the Waterhouses. On the corner, because I was sitting at that time, there is a backyard and a pool, used to be a pool, behind the one that's on the little rotary up there by Hooper Farm and the intersection of the little rotary. I don't even know what to call that thing. The circle, whatever it is. That's to protect them. There are chain link fences all over the area. You guys approved a 5-in-1 fence like this on Cherry Street for my son, because he's got so many little kids in the backyard, and he fronts on Williams and he fronts on, his backside, the backyard with all the kids who are on Cherry Street. This is down the street from Colin, but this is what was approved for my son on Cherry Street.
What about, whose is that? Isn't that your son's fence on Williams?
No, this is down the street from him. This is going up the street to his house. But
So
this
his
is down
house.
the street to him.
Yeah.
So because we have this peculiar situation with residences that were built around by commercial properties, she would like the board fence outside her screening. I went all the way up and down Union Street, down Orange Street, up the little streets. Nobody has screening outside of their fences. Now, granted, a lot of them are type 2 fences. Some are 4-foot type 2, some are natural weather, some are white, some are fancier fences like on Main Street. But nobody has screening on the outside. It's going to be impossible to service these hedges, and everybody else's hedges are on the insides of their fences. She's just asking for a board fence to protect her property from everything that's gone on around her that wasn't there when the house was built. It's in one of the older houses, a 1930s house. Not as
And
old
what
as
is
the
the
house
height
that's
that's
there.
proposed on this fence?
It was 4 feet, board
4 feet.
fence.
Mhm.
Can we stay on that point just for a second? So, this document, the site plan, shows it going around, as we all know, on 3 sides, and you have the dimensions on this. Is the plan to have it be 4 feet for this, all that?
Yes,
All of it is 3?
all of it,
All of it is 4
4
feet?
feet.
Okay.
There is an alternative that might provide the same type of protection somewhat, is to do the board fence with a cap as opposed to just a board on the top, with no cap. And have there's one down the street on Union Street going into town that's got about an inch or so in between the boards. So it's a quasi type 2 versus a solid board.
Is that in your precedent stuff?
No, I saw it today when I was going into town, and there's so much traffic, you can't really stop there.
Okay.
But I've noticed those around where
Now,
there's a gap.
Is the suggestion that that would be the type all the way around on all
Yes.
3 sides? So,
Outside the hedge, so she can actually get to the hedge and maybe
okay,
protect
so we,
it.
we understand that part, and I think that's the most controversial part about this application. So, could you just describe again the alternative that you're offering at the table right now to the board fence? Is it a board fence with a cap, but with spaces
Maybe an inch,
between the boards?
Yeah. So it looks more like a little bit less of a solid wall, perhaps. That's what I-
Is this your client or is this a
No,
neighbor?
this is somebody who just was in the office when we were talking about the
Oh, I
fence.
see.
And she used to live down at Old Spouter.
Okay, all right.
Oh, yeah, and the couple I did not take pictures of today, in between Mooney's building, which is the big colonial down at the airport rotary, just before you get to Lola Burger, there's a 6-foot fence separating the property from Lola Burger.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then there was another 6-foot fence, and I'm trying to remember where I saw that one. That was all on coming up here. So there's, everywhere there's a residence that's next to so much stuff going on, they have a fence for protection.
All right. Thank you, Linda. TJ.
Okay, I'm new on this quorum, but I've been following all the meetings.
I'm sure you have.
My personal thought on this particular fence is, you know, I know where the property line is based on the photo, and that part of the grass berm belongs to the town, and you know, you can't plant it right up to the road or anything. And I'm sympathetic to the need and desire for the fence, as you know, as the fences you submitted, you know, clearly the reasoning behind their installation was the same issues here, but of course that's not our purview, the whys of it. But I would be in support of the application along the property line in front of the screening if, you know, my concern is on this corner, it's the, where there's a funny grade situation.
The corner of Dave and...
No, the other corner, the other front corner where the drive is.
This.
Where Dave...
Yeah, I'm concerned about the grade change there and us having a wonky fence condition. I would support the application if the grade was modified as needed in order to keep a consistent top rail to the fence. And I do like the idea of a capped fence on the 4-foot board fence that's proposed.
Okay.
We can't do that.
You raise a really good point.
Yeah.
So what what TJ just said is actually a very important point. So if this is all pretty much the same grade,
right?
So the fence would run, you know, continuously across, but then you have like basically a hill here,
which
so
Jay owns.
What?
Jay owns it.
No, but what I'm saying is, how do you get a fence with a cap to sort of go up the hill?
It can be done
go straight up the hill.
If you look at this photo,
right, go
diagonally
like
up the hill.
Diagonally up the hill.
This photo, you can tell that corner is built up on the interior of the yard. So what they need to do is build their fence outside that, cut in, dig a trench there. They don't even have to remove that berm, that uprise in their yard. They need to cut in a trench.
Oh,
so
because
that the
this
fence
is low on this side.
Yeah, I mean, no, it gets, that is higher than this. So if they cut in, the fence would almost be like a retaining wall.
We don't own that hill.
Okay, let's
TJ,
stay.
which picture have you got?
This is the one, this is the...
Jay Fox's driveway sign?
That's the front page of that document, right? And then this is the second photograph in that package.
You have a picture of Jay. If you keep going.
With the yard,
you got to
dog ears out in the corner.
Yeah. You have to look at Jay's grade. Keep going through the packet. You'll see Jay's grade on the driveway side. That's Jay Fox's. You don't own that? Because it's pretty level on the Bay Street side.
Yes.
Where it gets wonky is Jay Fox's side. Here, keep going. Hold on. Here, keep going. That's Jay Fox's side. We don't own below that hill.
Could we see? Can we all see what's going on?
Yeah,
It
says Jay Fox.
So this is that's as taken from the neighbor's property.
Yeah.
Looking at the side hedge. Yeah. The hedge that's demising two pieces of property as opposed to property in the road. You know, the third section.
And TJ, she's only going back 2 sections, 12 feet.
Oh, I understand. I just don't want to make a mistake and have a funky looking fence. I just want it to be a consistent wrap. And I'm just proposing that you would modify or dig into the grade as needed to make that possible.
I have to ask Jay.
Very good point. Was that it, TJ?
That's it.
Thank you. Diane.
If she is going to put the fence in and have the hedge inside the fence, then she's got to put some plan on a repetitive system on the outside so that we don't, in case it is not the old Spouter, it isn't marine lumber, it isn't Cumbies, it's a residential house, of which there's been a bicycle parked there for 3 months. And I have looked at it every day that I go by it, and it will look better, and it will stop people if they're concerned of having them come down Dave Street and go across their property to get to the bus, because even with the fence that they had proposed, you got this open, you got this open. I don't know how many people walk around that area at night, but if that's one of her concerns, then we should address that, but we should also try and protect what the street looks like.
Right. I'm going to address that vegetation thing, if you don't mind. So was that your?
Yeah, I just
said?
would like to see not much, but in all these pictures that we have, there are many of them that have vegetation on both sides of the fence.
That's true. Thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Okay, so since the applicant's agent has brought up appeal repeatedly, I think we should probably address some of the points that were made. Before I do, I'd like to ask of the applicant's agent, how many of the fence images you showed us that are fences immediately adjacent to the sidewalk on Orange Street are 30 inches above the sidewalk at grade?
It's not actually 30 inches, but whatever.
I'd ask you a simple question. I'd like a simple answer.
I have no clue.
Of the picture you submitted,
they all look like they're right on the sidewalk.
at grade?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
She's not right on the sidewalk.
Okay, thank you. So I think the other thing to point out is that we were on a cusp of approval at the last meeting.
We were, weren't we?
Yeah, I mean, this is like borderline outrageous.
Okay.
We were on the cusp, excuse me.
Hang on, Linda.
Point of order.
Linda.
I can raise a point of order as a member of the public. The point
Mr.
of order
Chairman.
is I can make a presentation because the thing was still open.
Mr.
It
Chairman.
was not closed.
The applicant's agent repeatedly interrupts, not just this hearing and in other hearings.
I've made a point of
It
order.
interrupts the coherence. It is a problem, and I believe that it needs to be addressed.
I'm asking for the point of order to be acknowledged, and I have a right to have a point of order, and the
Steven's
chairman
allowed
has,
to
and the
finish his
chairman has,
statement.
but the chairman has to stop and acknowledge the
Okay,
point
so
of
we
order.
can do point of order until 9 o'clock.
No, I'm just raising a point
John
of
can
order.
raise a point of order every 10 seconds.
I know he does.
What
He
do
usually
you
does.
want to say,
My
Linda?
point of order is I can rehash and I can explain it. The hearing is still open. It was not continued with closing. I can re-emphasize and submit new stuff.
No one said you couldn't, Linda.
No.
You said it was outrageous that I was doing it again.
That's not what I said.
No.
That's not what I said.
He did not say
That's
that.
not what I
Anyway,
said.
so
The word outrageous
Stephen?
is right here.
It is
Can
right
we
there.
move
No.
along? This
And it was about the
fence.
previous
We have
proceedings.
40 applications.
right.
It's been-
Okay.
Okay, this is,
Go ahead.
first of all, I'm going to say my piece because I sit here for that purpose. So I'm not going to be rushed along. I'm not going to have this be couched that it's bickering between two people. We are the Historic District Commission. We are here to sit, hear an applicant's testimony, and then review it amongst ourselves. Not to go back and forth with the applicant's agent. Not to get worked up about things because it gets kind of vitriolic when in the presentation. It's inappropriate. Number 3. I'll go back to where I was a few moments ago. We were on the cusp of an approval at 42 inches. I requested clarification for the locations of the fence. The whole thing kind of fell apart at that point. The motion was retracted. A site plan was requested indicating the types, locations, and heights of fences, which is typical of all our applications. We're here this evening. Images have been shown that present no fence that's 30 inches above grade immediately adjacent to the sidewalk. If we were to approve a 48-inch fence at grade at this property, the top of the fence would be 78 inches above grade, 3 feet away on a sidewalk, where there are no fences of this height parallel immediately adjacent on Orange Street. The fence at Marine Home Center, that's shown at 6 feet, is adjacent to Marine Home Center and the home between it is perpendicular to Orange Street, and it terminates approximately 8 feet before Orange Street. These are examples of others where the image isn't really articulated in context. The William Street fence that Linda mentions it was her son's is 90 degrees to Cherry Street.
That's not his fence though.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification, I appreciate
That's
it.
the type of fence that you guys have.
Got it. The fence that Linda presented on either William Street or Cherry Street, in any instance, is 90 degrees to the street. It is not parallel to the street. It also, by the way, is not a solid fence. It's a board and lattice fence. My motion prior was to approve a 42-inch fence at, well, I'd also like to say we were discussing, the applicant had brought forth, I'm pretty sure, the concept of a 6-foot fence.
No.
Even though, yes,
60 inches on days.
yes. So taller than a 4-foot fence, which is what the application stated. We discussed it, we got it to a 42-inch fence with a cap, and we were really ready to approve it. We now have a site plan that indicates the locations. Personally, I think subject to the fence being on the interior of the privet, 42 inches tall, to block it, the height from Orange Street, to mask the fact that it will be 72 inches above grade. 42 inches with a cap, solid board, in the location shown, and only the location shown on the site plan submitted. What's the date on that, by the way?
This one?
This is, the site plan, this
Yeah, what's the
is
date?
stamped July 25th.
So the site plan, in the locations shown on the site plan, submitted July 25th, which totals 106 lineal feet, 12 feet on the east-southeast, 39 feet on the northwest, and 55 feet on the northeast. And the 12-foot section, is it the 12-foot section or the 39-foot section that you were concerned about the height?
Well,
I just want to make sure we're building the fence on a level and not creating any irregular conditions that are going to be offensive to the eye.
Okay, thank you. So, so fence behind the privet, 42 inches with a cap. The site plan July 25th. The dimensions, the lengths I had stated, and with the top of the fence to be level around the perimeter of the yard. They can simply cut the bottom of the fence.
Or trench it.
Or whatever they want to do is what I believe would be appropriate in these circumstances.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. That wasn't a motion, right?
No, I'm just being very clear for the record.
Got it. Thank you. John?
Thank you. This photo here shows the existing. That's the start of many, many pictures. Right there, right? I've been down there
Yes,
maybe
that's
4
correct.
times walking
Right.
this, around the outside of this property. And I had mentioned July 16th, I made a statement. The privet is thin, not dead, and could be maintained with new hedging to block the fence. The fence should be inside the privet. That's one comment I made. The other is comment of this at 7 Spring Street. The 6-foot board fence here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that was there back in 1950 before the HDC representative from New Bedford owned that property. And he had a stockade fence that he put up because it was before the HDC. Over the years, we've talked to him quite a bit, and he finally agreed to it's time to replace it, and he put up a board fence at the same height, but he changed it from stockade, which was not approved in those days, very little of it. That's the history of stockade. My own thing is I would recommend here on this application, I would recommend leave the hedge. It can be replaced. Some of it's a little ragged. It can be replaced. Put the fence inside wherever the shrubbery is. Hedges, put it inside the hedges, and put your gate where you want it on the steps going up, whatever way you're gonna do there. And you should get a permit for the steps also. And I feel that would solve this problem here on this corner, as well as anywhere else. Yes, over the years, many board fences have been approved, and the first guidebook we ever wrote said there would be no board fences on the street side of the property. Here it is, I've been here for 53 years, now we just made and changed a rule and regulation on board fences. And wait a minute, get back a bit, I did go back. Steve done a good job working on it with the rest of us to get a guideline, and we have one. Board fences, they gotta start back at the house, or whatever property is, all right? That's one of them, and that's what we should be doing here, is hide the fence. And it can be hid at minimum cost, and I think that we have to just say, easy to put a board fence, go outside, inside the hedge, and fix up the hedge when it's needed. Well, you can't have it. You shouldn't put it there.
Okay. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Okay, so a lot of things have been put forth at the table right now. I think it's a unanimous concern or opinion that some sort of vegetation, whether it be the existing privet hedge, or if this fence goes in front of or on the outside of the privet hedge, that something else be planted in its stead. And I know, Linda, you would say, well, the town isn't going to allow you to plant privet on the outside on the town property, which is probably
some
true.
other plant.
Right. So when the task group that did the fence work was Val, Stephen, and John, correct?
Mhm.
Right. And so when we were looking at this whole issue apropos of what was going on with the subdivision right at the corner of Surfside Road and oh gosh,
Abrams.
not Abrams.
No, Sagem's
Sagem's Path. Everybody wanted a board fence, and so our task group said, if you're going to have a board fence, you're going to have to plant it out at intervals so that you just don't have this run-on length of board fence. So I don't think that the town would have any objection, and I've seen this numerous times. If it's privet and it's conspicuously out and you're trying to annex the town property for your own personal use, they don't like that. But they don't mind you beautifying town land on your dime.
As long as the privet's on the inside.
Right. Well, so now this is the thing, because we have at least two members that want the privet on the outside. So I want everybody to consider the few things that are in play. So we had TJ talking about keeping the top of the fence level. I think that's very legitimate, particularly when we're talking about a board fence.
Does that include going up Dave Street though, or can it just go up the hill on Dave like everybody else?
I'd like it built on a level with
this
grade.
is a very
modified
dramatic
to-
slope on.
Well, Dave, it's more level of the road.
It's level, so I don't think you have an
But
issue.
it's gonna be going uphill.
It's only for this
follow it.
short length, so that was TJ. Then there's the idea of planting in front of this fence. There was also the discussion about the height of the fence going from 4 feet to 3.5 feet. Your measure to put a cap on this fence and potentially space the boards, which would make it less opaque and a little bit more sympathetic to the streetscape. So, does somebody want to just try a motion and we'll just see where it goes, given all the discussion on this?
Yes, I will. I think it's appropriate given the last time I was in this position.
Okay.
So it would be subject to Exhibit A through staff.
What's exhibit?
It'll
He
be,
has it here.
excuse me, Lynn, I'm making a motion. It'll be dated 08/06/19. Privet, the fence 42-inch board with type 2 cap.
space?
Hang on.
Level across the top. 42 inches measured from the grade along Orange Street, the mean grade.
Okay.
I'm confused.
I want to make sure I get
Mr.
that.
Chairman, could you please
Write it
bring
down.
it in here?
I don't get that.
42 inches measured.
Let him make the motion first.
Be 42 inch board fence, the type 2 cap.
Got that.
The 42 inches is measured from the average grade along Orange Street, inside the privet. Fence to be located inside the privet, the existing privet. And it would be in the 3 locations shown on Exhibit A. And it would be subject to privet screening in perpetuity.
Comment?
May I read that back to you?
Yep.
Motion to approve through staff per Exhibit A, showing a 42-inch board fence with type 2 cap level across the top. With the 42 inches measured from average grade along Orange Street. And the fence to be placed inside the existing privet in the location shown on Exhibit A and subject to privet screening in perpetuity. Did I miss anything?
You know, I just want to make
Don't say privet,
hang on. I want to make a clarification on that because we're not actually measuring the height at Orange Street.
That's what I'm
We're
saying.
measuring the height at the property line. You
I-
know, between the.
I said inside the privet, the average grade along Orange Street, inside the privet.
Oh, you just meant that side that faces
Yes.
Orange Street.
Okay, good.
Because you're sloping up.
On Dave, it's gotta go up.
No. On Orange Street, vis-a-vis the street itself, your property sits higher.
Right.
So what Stephen is saying is, in the area where the fence is going, along Orange Street, that establishes where the 42
Along
inches
that
is.
line, take
Along
the
that line of
average.
Orange Street.
So we'll have a 6-inch high fence on one side.
No, that's not what he's, it's gonna be a 42-inch fence all the way around.
Okay,
Comments?
I'm gonna give you a brief comment, Linda, but there is a motion on the table. Go ahead.
And I object to that motion for several reasons, but
But you
Motion is
can't-
made.
You can't
I got
object
it.
to a motion.
I got
You
it.
can make a
By the
comment on the
board.
motion. Go ahead.
I'm making a comment on the motion
Okay.
because we have 3 members that are willing to work with us outside the privet. So I feel like it's been hijacked. But that's just my opinion, and I can have that opinion whether you like it or not.
inappropriate.
I had 3 members. What's inappropriate
Oh my God,
is
if
that
you were sitting in this
Diane-
chair, you would be pulling
What-
out
Hang on.
hatchets and chopping people's
I would not have
heads
allowed
off.
this in the
This
first
is
place.
ridiculous.
All right.
But Diane seemed to be okay if we planted, and she's willing to do that outside the hedge, outside the fence.
There's a motion on the
TJ
table.
I know
seems-
there is.
And he's given me the time to have a
And this is
conversation.
putting me in a very awkward position. Now I have to worry
Okay.
about repercussions
Yeah,
and
yeah.
retribution
No.
from Linda
Yeah.
over the course of my adult life
Okay.
on
And
Nantucket.
TJ was okay with it,
Hang on.
provided we did certain things to it,
Linda,
and you
thank
were
I
okay
said-
with it.
I said a
That is
brief
enough.
comment.
That's my problem. You had
All
3
right.
members who were okay working with us.
Linda, there's
One
a
not.
motion on the table. Any further discussion on the motion within the board?
No, this is Stephen's motion
Okay,
that was
okay, I just
read
wanted to
by
make sure there's
Terry.
no more discussion on the
No
motion.
more discussion.
All those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Where are you?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Oh.
Okay, so you have 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you.
Chairman, I have,
Yes,
I have a personal comment I'd like to make. Every bit that happened here tonight on this application, the public is watching, and I'm glad. Because what happened tonight, there were too many,
I need one of these.
too much, every time a commission member was asked to voice an opinion, every time anyone would open their mouth, we had interruptions
Well,
from the,
I understand.
representing, I'm gonna finish.
Yeah, okay.
Representing the applicant. It should not be happening according to the rules that we always go by, as Robert's rules. And in the future, no matter who it is comes in here, if they start that stuff again and interrupt and make a slight comment on the side, I'd like to have the chair order them out of here, get the police if you have to. It's disrupting, eating too much time in this commission.
Okay. Thank you, John.
It happens again, there's something to be done.
And then you'll hear from my
The public
attorney.
sees me on the street and they rip what would happen.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. All right, moving right along. 11 E Street. Let's
This'll be a
see.
deal.
Joe, are you representing the solar at this point?
I am, but actually we're putting in provisions for the whole business deadline Thursday, so you can move all that.
All three of them?
All three of them.
Okay. Can I have a motion from somebody to take Joe's BPC projects, items 4, 5, and 6 under old business, and we just want to hold those?
Well, there are gonna be revisions that are submitted for the old business.
So this
deadline.
is moot, so we're just gonna pass over them.
I have to withdraw the next one. We're the next one, apparently.
No, actually, I'm number 1.
No.
Oh, well, we're withdrawing
Linda's
Lions.
first. Hang on, let's get rid of this business.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I have a motion from somebody just to hold items 4, 5, and 6?
Motion.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, everybody in
Aye.
favor? All right, now what are you doing with 28 Lion?
He's withdrawing and he's not buying the property.
Oh, okay. For
So
some
he's made
reason
a
I had it
withdrawal.
crossed out.
See, what, it came in this afternoon that he was withdrawing it,
Okay,
so I didn't really have time to get it in.
all right. So, hey, do we need to take a motion on that one?
Probably wouldn't hurt,
Huh?
probably wouldn't hurt to accept the
All
withdrawal.
right, so we're going to accept it. Can I have a motion from somebody to take item number 1 off the new business agenda?
I make a motion.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, yes.
Could we move number 7, 18 New Street to the top of new business, since we just withdrew on those applications before 92 Washington Street?
Why?
Yeah.
Because they requested it. And,
Is there a time thing here going
Are
on?
they here?
it's a time thing for him,
All right.
Is he here?
yes.
I have no objections, particularly because we just eliminated one. Is everybody okay with that? Well, let's see. Can somebody make a motion and see where it goes?
Motion to move 7 to the front of new business.
Great. We're going to take item number 7 out of order because there's a time constraint. And so we're going to move it to number 1. And you know that, John, you know that number 1 has been eliminated, right? Okay. So now we're going to be reviewing item number 7. All those in favor of TJ's motion to move 7 forward? Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Let's see. Are you Carrie, John?
No, Julian, the husband. Julian Johnny.
Well, in any event, welcome to
Hang
HTC.
on. Oh,
Thank you.
Terry, did you get that?
This is how they say we
Julian Jaffe
Julian,
is representing. Okay, thank you.
could you spell Julian for me?
Julian.
Thank you.
Okay.
And which alternates on this?
And I'm here about a fence.
Oh boy.
We love those.
Yes. New Street. Pleasant.
Oh, he actually is.
Yeah.
Is there any picture?
Ray has some pictures. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'll pass these around. Is this, was this lot subdivided or am I,
No, not since we bought it.
okay, never mind. Here's some pictures of the context. So, Historic Structures Advisory had the following comments on this. Fence should be 30 feet 2 inches. Wait a minute, no. Not 4
Really
inches.
sticklers.
What on earth? Hold on, natural to weather, should repeat mirror on other side of drive to neighbor's line. Maybe these comments would make more sense once you walked us through what you're looking for here.
Okay, you ready to go ahead?
Yeah.
Make more sense with a better site.
So the driveway is quite close to the house on the, if you're looking from the New Street side, on the right side, the driveway is very close to the house. So the fence will only extend from one side of the driveway.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna hold just for a
Okay.
second because I just realized we're on new business and I need to establish the board. So, I'll do it. You good? Okay. So Stephen is gonna be sitting on your application, TJ is not. You have a 5-member board, okay? Continue.
So as I was saying, if you're facing the house from the New Street side,
Yes.
the left side has room for a fence, which was previously when we bought the property, there was a little fence there, which was pretty much destroyed, and we took it away and didn't replace it. And then on the neighbor's side, number 16 new, they have the fence that's there now, but it's basically a chicken wire fence, or it's like a wire fence with old posts, and part of it's actually fallen down. So that side, we're just replacing that fence with a new fence. And I think you referred to the type of fence that we're using as a type 2, but it's got boards with spacing between them.
Like
And
this.
it's for, yeah, exactly.
This is a type 2 fence.
Yeah. And it's 40 inches high. So it probably would be about 42 inches high with a gap between the ground and the. Does it make sense?
At any point, did you request a 48-inch high fence? That's the only thing that I.
No.
Anyway.
I measured myself, it's 40 inches.
And also their comment is unnatural to weather would, I would assume that you're looking for a painted fence?
No,
You're not?
no, that's the fence you see in the picture, exactly what we're gonna use.
Oh, okay.
So it's natural wood.
Hold on one second.
Kathy, the application says natural weather?
For
No,
the fence, doesn't say that at all.
no, but it
It
can.
says wood cedar,
Yeah,
which are provided.
it is wood cedar, yeah.
Do you have any objections to Stephen putting the fence down as natural to weather on the application? Just so
I don't know what that
consistent.
means.
That's your application right there.
Okay, Yeah.
And it's not filled in as to whether it's natural or painted.
oh, it's natural. Yeah.
Okay,
Unpainted.
We can make it part of our motion.
okay, that's fine. All right, now the question of the height. Tell me once again how tall you're requesting the 2 lengths of fence to be.
Well, there's gonna be, the 2 lengths on the driveway side would be the same as the neighbor and our interface, which are 40 inches.
Okay. This fence right here
Will be 40 inches high. Yeah.
And this fence,
The same, 40 inches too.
so everything 40
Yeah,
inches.
well, it's the same fence.
But they're not connected.
No.
Sometimes people have a taller fence than that. Okay, does everybody get that? Natural to weather, type 2, 40 inches high, a length on the side and a length on the front.
40 inches tall.
Val,
What?
we haven't heard from you yet this evening.
I haven't sat on anything.
I know. This is your big chance to shine.
I think it's fine, the application, it just lacks a little information, and I think on the front end, we need to have staff suss out applications a little more carefully.
Okay, thank you. But do you feel like right at the moment you now have
I'm
the
fine with
information that
this,
you require?
as long as we write on there.
Yeah, we're just gonna attach the things that we just discussed onto the approval. Okay, how about you, Diane?
No, I think it can go by. The only thing, I certainly agree with Val on a better site plan, because he has his house down as 18, and then the house right next door, not across the street or anything, he's got his 15. And I don't think we usually have 18 and 15 on the same side of the road.
Yeah, that's,
It's 14.
It's 14.
Yeah.
Yeah. 14 on one side, 20 on the other. But other than that fact, are you okay with?
Yeah,
everything?
it's like just doing over what's already there.
Okay, right. Thank you, Diane. How about you, Steve?
Yeah, I agree. John, can I see that minute, please? I think we do need to have, I have no concerns with the application as I understand it. It's 2 sections of type 2 picket fence with cap. One's 30 feet, one's 19 feet. These would be, the application does say 4 feet tall, so I think a motion would need to rectify that. And as we mentioned, the finish would be natural to weather. And I do believe we need a site plan that accurately represents the location of the structures and the driveway and the fence. It doesn't have to be an architectural drawing. It can be a blown up version of this.
Okay.
And then it should show them reasonably to scale, because that's a minimum that we request of all applicants. And I just think we need to be consistent.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you. John?
One question, is that Mr. Bernard's house?
Yeah.
Okay, now I know where I'm at. Okay, thank you. No comment.
Okay, great. So it sounds like we can approve this at 40 inches. Both lengths of the fence would be 40 inches, natural to weather, type 2, with a proper site plan that's to scale, and that can, as Stephen said, be off of your GIS. Just blow up a GIS map and draw on the same thing you draw on this hand drawing sketch.
Right, okay.
Here.
Through staff.
Through staff. Now, can that be someone's motion?
That's my motion.
All right, thank you, Stephen. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
And you're
here
going
you
to put
go.
natural to weather.
So I just need to
Yeah,
bring
that
that
way.
drawing.
Okay.
And then it's
What you need
approved.
to do is go into the office with your GIS site plan that shows the same information on there.
Right.
And the motion has already, was approved at natural and as 40 inches rather than 48 inches, which is the way that your application reads.
Oh,
So just transfer your fence locations to a blow up of this.
right, okay.
And that will be considered your revised site plan.
Okay, perfect.
There may even be a real one in the building department
There could
file.
be. If you get lucky, there could be you could have a site plan someplace that would do it.
Yeah, I may even have one at home.
Right.
I presume that they didn't check.
Okay.
Or that they did.
Yeah.
All those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Okay, good.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Good to go.
Okay,
Thanks.
okay, now we're going back to Great State Properties.
To who?
Item number 2, John, Great State 92 Washington. And so TJ, you'll be on this one. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
How you guys doing?
Doing well.
This,
Number 2.
well,
We're
number
jumping up.
2.
We're leaps and bounds tonight. Welcome.
Hello.
Well, I got the other one.
Yeah, you got an old one. You got to bring it in.
Okay.
Okay, so while you guys are unwrapping your packages here, let me read HSAP comments. It's interesting because it says, no concerns, but, and then it goes down to other, and it says, so I think they don't have any concerns with your application, the proposal, but it says must apply to relocate shed, not on application, but on plan. No concern with move. In other words, you're moving some building right now, right?
Mhm.
But that, you'll need a separate application to move the shed on the property.
Okay.
Okay? So other than that, HSAP didn't have any concerns. You want to just walk us?
Could we have names for the record, please?
Yes, Scott Hutton. Actually have, yeah, well, if it's approved.
Joseph Daimler,
Joseph,
Was it not-
D-A-I-M-L-E-R?
DEI.
This actually, could you look at this? This was approved by the HDC in 2016, and it actually has the shed where we're showing it now.
Mr. Hutton, was the plan originally to build a new house here instead of the main house? I thought I remembered.
That's right, and
Okay.
this is signaled this move to this location. DEP has jurisdiction over it if it stays in its present location, which we didn't know at the time.
Oh,
Right.
well,
There's a like a 45-degree or 30-degree line that crosses the garage. And the DEP says that in the application for the new house, we have to include that square footage in the footprint. So we would have to reduce our new footprint for the house by 764 square feet. So obviously it's pretty significant. It's half of the footprint of the house.
Right.
Very simple, they're
Yeah.
just flipping them.
Right. It's a mirror image.
Yeah, and then I have the 2016 approval next to what we're proposing. It's almost identical, except it's shifting 2 feet 9 closer to the street.
I remember when this came in.
Yeah. So, any objections, anyone? And Scott, I understand about the relocated shed thing because this is where it was approved. That was there. That was approved there.
It was built. It was built this way. The shed was built here in the garage, but we're shifting them back. And we had originally applied for it this way. Concom wanted the garage where it was built now. So that's the next application that has to happen after this. It's like a shell game.
Are you telling me that this is built?
It's built on the opposite side. The garage is already. Yeah, it was approved and built on the opposite
So
side.
you literally have to pick the garage up and.
Yes.
Wow. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you're planning on doing the same thing with the shed?
Yes.
All right.
And we're
so
returning
then,
to 2016.
The
essentially.
HSAB comment makes sense then, which is basically he can't. He obviously can't do this without relocating the shed to the opposite corner where it says. I think relocated shed.
Yeah.
So flipping everything. So you need to
Was
apply.
John on this
Okay.
one?
I don't know.
What
Is John on this one?
comments? Anyone?
I would make a motion to approve it as submitted.
Okay, I think that's a good motion. I want to see if there's any comments on the motion.
Which lot is it on?
Next to the yacht.
No, where is this? This is the yacht club.
Yes, this is all the yacht club. This is that house, and this is this. I think the GIS is a bit outdated, but the garage in its current location is adjacent to the yacht club property.
This is going to be okay?
Both, yes, the shed and the garage.
They're not on here now.
That is a different property right there.
He has the pictures right in front of him.
Here, John.
Yeah, this one right here.
It's not gonna change the look. or
Yeah,
anything.
this is the GIS.
John.
Yep.
We're gonna switch these.
This side, that side?
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay. Val did make a motion to approve this as submitted. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I would also make a motion to approve the shed move through staff.
I
Can we
don't
do
think
that?
we can't do it because we don't have an application.
Oh.
So they just have to file for it, but I'm sure that would be consent.
Great.
Can we ask a question?
Yeah.
For the shed application, would that require a butters and all that, which I believe requires a meeting?
What's the
Is it
square
100?
footage?
It's less than 1,000. It's only
No,
120.
100.
It's
100.
100.
I think it's less than 100.
Is that considered OHD?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It doesn't mean you have to come to the meeting.
She
I
withdrew
surmise
it.
it will be put on
Okay.
consent.
Okay.
She
But
withdrew the
yes, you should
application.
probably tell the butters if it's over 100.
Number 2.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, bait Salrus, this fence. Anybody here for that one?
And this one's on hold.
Yeah, David, I don't think wants to show up and represent. Oh, there you are.
You're looking at the old one though.
This has been on for a little while, right?
It was on last month. Yeah.
Yeah, but it stayed on, right?
I don't know what happened to
It's
15.
been on the list for a while?
Yes.
Kathy knows, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so, okay, Steve, now it's back to you.
Okay, great. Hey, David.
Hi,
how are you?
Steve. Good, how are you?
Good to see you. This went back
Hi,
to
TJ.
consent. 15B went up to consent.
Tonight's fence night. Fence night at the HTC.
Yeah.
It's like steak night.
Yeah, it's like steak knives.
Okay.
Did I put on the application that I wanted a lattice at the top?
Yeah.
It says 5 and 1. And
Yeah,
that's our nomenclature for what you just
I
described.
prefer just this, already have a board fence on the back and a board fence on the far side that Neil Patterson put up. So I just assume keep it the same, if I can change
Is
that.
that a new curb cut? Last time I was by, I don't remember that
No,
driveway. Okay,
no, that's original.
all right.
Can I go first?
Yeah, I mean, David, do you
Yes,
want to
Linda.
say anything about this or
I heard him say you wanted to match the existing, right?
Yes,
Okay. So, number one, I appreciate the fact that you turned in a site plan and you indicated what type of fence you want where.
okay.
That's great. Number two, if there's no other concerns, I will make a motion when it's time to approve the fence in these locations is submitted to match the existing fence.
okay, that's pretty easy.
May I see where, it's been 2 months since I filled that out. Want to make sure.
Diane,
Yes.
any comments on this one?
No, it's very fitting for a long
that
salad.
Okay, and it'll obviously conceal all that very lovely stuff that you have in your yard.
Yes.
But it will conceal it from the road. How about you, Val?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, good.
I'm just writing board fence to match existing. He doesn't have to
Right,
submit anything.
yeah,
No, it's
and you're not on it, so.
it's
John, you have any comments on this board fence? Okay.
It's just gonna, in these locations, it's 4 foot,
5 foot.
5 foot,
Yeah.
it's commercial area. It's a 5 foot board fence and that's the existing.
In the back.
Yeah, it's around the back side. Or between his neighbor and himself.
Thank you.
So a motion to approve, as submitted, subject to, change the condition that the fence will match the existing 5 foot
Board fence.
board
Yeah.
fence.
Yeah, the fence in the back is 5 feet. The fence to the right side of the property, as you're facing it, is only 4 feet.
Right.
But that'll be probably about 30 feet away from where my fence will end.
The neighbors
The neighbor's fence to the right,
is 4.
it's 4.
Right, so you're putting in 5.
I'm putting in 5, which matches the fence that's already at the back of my property. That's been there since it got built.
Okay.
All right, so.
And the location shown in orange with the X's is the location of the fence?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that'll be, I'll just mark it Exhibit A.
Sounds good. So you're motioning to approve as per Exhibit A?
Yes.
Stephen? All those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve as per Exhibit A? Aye. Very good.
That was easy. Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. Hello, Douglas. But I can't believe it.
The fence
It's
trend
another
continues.
fence.
Oh my God.
This has to be a record.
I would just like to say, if fences will conform to our fence policy, they would be on the
Yes.
fence.
Well,
And a
the
complete
fence
application.
policy, is that like up online anywhere that
No,
people
we
have
haven't
access
gotten
to?
back to getting it all together because,
Yeah.
But perhaps even just the general standards that have been in practice for the last 30 years.
Okay, so HSAB. Inappropriate materials for house, 19th century structure and neighborhood. So what you doing, Doug? Okay, first of all, the board. TJ, you're on this one. Go ahead.
Okay, so this property was sort of rearranged, I don't know, let's see, probably 4 or 5 years ago now. And we did the work on this particular house. We did an extensive renovation, new basement, additions and whatnot. We added a spa out in the backyard. We also, as part of that process, added a steel retaining wall as part of that. And that you can see that sort of lightly shown here on the elevations. So this is the steel bulkhead that was installed. So this fence sits on top of that steel bulkhead. Now, we originally had approved a type 2 picket at 36 inches tall. And we just felt like,
I see.
Having something lighter would be better.
This is wire, right?
It's cable rail.
Yeah.
And wood posts. So what we're showing on the top left of sheet C 1.2 is some photos taken recently. As you can tell, it's pretty hard to see it. And that was kind of the point. We felt like a picket fence on top of this, on top of the hill. And again, this is from North Beach Street. From Cliff Road, you can't see any of this. The only thing you can see is the garage from Cliff Road.
Yeah. Well, theoretically, the visibility would be from Vine Cliff.
Oh, that's true.
But still.
But it's all the front of the house.
Yeah.
Was this 47 Cliff?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
It was 47 Cliff at one time. That was split. It was 2 properties that was then split into 3. You're sort of rearranged.
They demoed some of the buildings and that.
There was an old garage.
Yeah, garage. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yep.
Mark, if you go down the hill, follow it. It goes to the bird preserve, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's all conservation down the bottom there.
Is it gonna be shiny, like we'd see some reflective?
It's stainless steel, so no, it won't be.
What do they need the fence for?
To keep you from falling off the bulkhead. It's a pretty tall wall. It's I can't read these numbers on mine, but I think in the middle it's about 7 feet tall. It's generally about 5 or 6 feet tall, but in the middle it gets tall. So you need it to keep you from falling off.
6 foot. 5 foot, 4 foot at the end.
Okay. Thanks. Diane, you want to start?
Yeah, as long as the pictures that you got show that it's hard to see and it comes down into the bird preserve, so you don't have cars that have to be right up at the end of the bottom of the bluff. And it isn't shiny, I would have no problem with it. Better maintained than a wooden fence, I think, there.
Thank you. TJ?
Don't like the idea of it. And I wonder what this property is here with the trail. Is that land bank or?
That's the bird preserve.
And that's a public way?
Yeah, it's a public pathway. It is not open so you can take cars or anything.
I couldn't vote for a yes until we got I viewed it from there. I didn't realize this was a public way, so.
Yeah, it's right at the corner of Cobblestone Hill, so just,
the
bird preserve is right there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the entrance in the picture. Sorry to jump in.
I saw that, yeah.
Val.
I think it's probably better than a wood fence in terms of visibility, but I wouldn't mind just moving that too by looking at it from the land bank.
You mean viewing?
Yeah.
Okay. John?
Do we have a fence? Is this a wire fence?
It's cable rail with wood posts.
Is there a sample that shows what it is?
I did not provide a sample.
So I'm gonna,
I could
hey
do
John,
that for next
there's
time.
at least 2 members that want to view this, just to make sure it's not going to be visible from down that Audubon property. So in the meantime, Doug, could you just bring in a picture of what you're, I know what it is, but we could just
Look
have a
up the
photograph.
base, but also
Yep.
the property is 31 feet from the basic ground.
Yes.
Number 10. And the stairs coming down, are they in?
Yeah, those were approved.
I'm curious, All right. I'll go along with the motion.
All right, so it sounds like, well, no one's made a motion yet, but it sounds like there might be a motion to view, and then we would have a photograph of the fence as you propose it.
I'll make a motion to view the 47 Cliff Road.
Great, and for John's benefit, could we just have Doug bring in a photograph of
Yes,
the type of
photograph
fence?
of the existing fence that's requested, and there are some around, there's quite
Oh,
a
yeah,
lot
they're around.
Otis Road that
These guys do them all the time.
give you hand.
Okay, all those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now 13 Union. So these two, there's two applications for 13 Union. These will be Steve. Color is Gardner Green. Oh, Gardner Green is the same as
The new
Essex.
Essex, yeah.
Gardner Green and Essex are, in my mind, the same color. Wow, so all these drawings are just about a color?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is simply a color change, and the only color that's changing is the trim color and the sash color, which is going from white to gray.
Wait a second.
And that's
The clapboards approved? This says, the foundation and the clapboard done.
Yeah, it's gray now.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
You might have the two. Maybe you got something mixed up. If you look at that upper left picture, that's gray.
All doors painted green.
I thought you said it was white. Maybe I misunderstood.
No, we have it approved as white.
Oh,
We have it approved as white, I'm sorry. And
You have the clapboard approved as white?
No, I'm sorry, I'm confusing everybody. So
Yes.
currently the approval is for gray clapboard,
Yes,
white trim,
yes,
white sash,
yes,
green foundation, green doors.
right,
That's what you're applying for.
That's what's approved.
right. So
What
do
we're
you-
applying for is to change the trim and the sash from white that's
To
approved
gray.
to gray.
Keeping the green.
That's it?
That's it.
Well, I can see why it was not, it was confusing.
It is confusing the way we presented it because we
Let
didn't
me
show
just-
the trim
Let
as
me just
gray.
reiterate what you
also.
just said.
Yep.
So we approved a package of, I won't go over the colors again,
Yep.
but one of the colors, the sash and trim, was approved as white,
Correct.
and you wanted to go to
Quaker gray.
Quaker gray. That's it.
That's it.
Oh my.
If that was clear, it would have been a
Yeah,
consent.
it should have been more clear. I apologize for that.
Any objections to this proposal?
No, I make the motion, let somebody else in.
The green was already approved. The green on the foundation was approved. The only thing he's changing, John, is the trim was approved as
Gray.
white and he wants it to go to gray. That's it. That's the only thing
And
he's
the windows.
asked. And the window sash. Can somebody?
I didn't make a motion,
Okay,
Two.
thanks.
change trim to gray, quick gray.
Okay, all those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
And the
This-
studio is the same thing.
Okay, so I think we don't even need to look at this. This is, the
Same
next
thing.
one is the same thing.
Correct.
Just changing the trim from white to gray. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve,
Aye.
the studio to match the house.
Right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, John, this is the studio building next to the house that we just looked at. It's the same thing. Trim is approved as white, sash approved as white. He wants to change that to gray. Just said it will match the house. That's the only thing he's requesting. Okay. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right. That's it for you, huh?
That's it.
Okay, so already reviewed item number 7. So Sophie, it's to you now. Finally getting a head of steam going here.
What, you're gonna say I'm getting a headache, and I was gonna concur.
I was gonna say, join the club. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. Hey, how are you? Good. How you doing?
Thank you.
Is this you, TJ?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, do we have any history on this?
So there is not a huge amount of documentation, but based on the aerials, it looks like it was constructed at some point. It wasn't there in 40, and it was not in 40, and it was in 55. I'm thinking based on the Sanborn maps that it's probably 50. 1950.
It's kind of at the end off of that road.
Yeah, so it looks like it's a shell road. It looks sort of like a shared driveway, but it actually is still called Vestal. This is the one at the end. It's a 3,362 square foot lot. And then the shed, which used to be the shed for one of the neighboring houses that has been replaced. It's 350 square feet, so it's actually really large relative to the amount of space that we have on this little lot.
So that's a site, that's the only site plan we have?
It is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just need a better locus map, I think, to understand where this is.
So Quaker, you know, like here's the monument.
This is by the old jail, right?
Yeah, it's like.
So here's
is it right behind the old jail?
This looks like a shell driveway.
The old jail.
Like,
It's like right here. So.
You access it off the Vestal, right?
Yeah, you access the old jail right here.
This is
back here.
both ways here. You know, traverses.
This is Main Street.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, well, it's
Yeah,
in
so
here.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think it might be like right. Oh, it's here.
Yeah,
It's right there. It's a little narrow
There's
thing.
a house here, and a house here.
Got it.
It's like the
Okay.
third.
Yeah.
It's the far back one. Yeah.
Okay, and then
Old jail's here, right?
comes
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
jail.
It's tucked in.
Right after that.
Yeah, it's not in a butter, but the jail is probably right about here.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a hidden little gem.
This is a demo move off. Is that what we're reviewing here?
Yep, and we've had it in the paper
Any
for a while now.
any
We had
takers?
two people come and look at it, and because it is quite a sweet, cute little thing. However, the floor system, it's quite large. Like I said, 350 square feet, and the floor system. If you guys look at that photo, it was built on, it's not on edge. It was built on the flat. So the floor is basically sinking.
Totally saggy.
Right, and it's in such disrepair, so everyone is sort of hoping, because it was big, that they could move it, but moving it isn't really a financially viable option at all.
Okay. Is it you, TJ?
Yeah, that's me. I was working for the previous owner of this, so I've been in the shed and everything, and it's a cute shed, and it's also an old shed. I don't think it has any particular historic importance, and I think I'm okay with it.
Okay, thanks. Val?
I'm okay with it. Did HSAB comment? I didn't. It's not in the old HDC. It is ROH.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's right.
It's not?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was in the old.
even Sophie says so.
But that was an oversight.
It's like R1, right?
It's ROH.
Oh, it is RH,
I think that was an oversight on our
but it's not in the OH too.
So should we have them, just to be fair,
Probably for
comment?
2 weeks.
Oh,
Maybe every 2 weeks.
I think it was something else and they changed it, I don't know.
You mean different zone?
I thought it was.
We labeled
Maybe
this
not.
one for,
Yeah, but I don't think it made the historic structures agenda.
No, it's the other side of Main Street, that's R1. I
It
got you.
already got the down street.
Diane, where are you on this?
Well, I think losing the little cottages around the town, the old historic part of town, is too bad. So I can't give you an opinion right away. I will have to go look at it again because I don't know whether we're in the position to say, no, you can't demo it, but maybe get more time to try and find somebody who would take it. I understand very well being on the Habitat for Humanity thing. The cost of moving houses is terrible.
And this is in disrepair.
And
Well, also that, the right of way and the vegetation and stuff sometimes prevents you from moving it.
Right.
Without cutting all the stuff down.
I would just like to see what people say, if we can come up with some answer, but
People, which people?
Our commission.
Oh, our group, okay. John?
Yeah, this structure is a typical carpenter shed.
Looks like
From
it.
back in the 40s, I remember it, and Mr. Huzzy owned it.
Jeez, wow.
And it's highly visible from the way going in to it. I hate to see it get destroyed because there's not that many left on the island that are typical sheds, I hope you can get someone to take it out of there, And it's a beautiful design. It's terrific. You hate to lose it, because of future effort, But that's my comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Gosh, so this is the only research, this is the only thing you could come up with in terms of dating the thing. What does everybody want to do with this?
I personally don't have a problem with it, but to be fair, I think HSAP should weigh in on it.
Okay, and this 2 weeks, that would put this off another 2 weeks, is that the way that would work?
Unless they wanted to meet next week, I'd have to email the board members to see if they could meet to discuss it. And I could let you know.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So just so you guys understand the full story. So my client is wanting to buy this lot and build a really sweet little cottage there, and so the goal is that whatever would go there would only be like 1,000 square feet. So this shed being 350 square feet, it's not like we can really put a little cottage there and have this because then you have a
3,000 square foot lot.
Right. So even if HF were to say, you guys all were to say keep it, then it would be really difficult to. So right now it's in purchase and sale, and so we're trying to decide if in fact we can build a cottage on this lot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just that it's like we're arbitrarily trying to get,
Yeah,
but the goal, there's
a 2.5 story.
No, but that's obviously not the goal. It's a petite little spot, and there are really big trees, which you guys will see if you go look at it. And the idea is to sort of still have a yard in the back there, so that the house that wants to go there is like 3 times the size of the shed, and that's it.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I had another comment on, just for the fact that we might be doing a right or wrong decision on this, I make a motion that we view it. Everybody, all commission members view it, it'll come up in 2 weeks. You shouldn't rush on this if you're gonna demolish it.
Motion on the floor already with.
It's gotta come up in 2 pieces if
Well,
it comes out.
wait, hang on. Did you make a motion?
I didn't make an official motion. I said I don't have a problem with it
Right.
myself, but to
Right.
be fair, I'd
Oh,
like
to go to ASAP.
Right, because if this is gonna come up at the next, well, no, it would come up next week under old business. It wouldn't be 2 weeks out, it would be 1 week out. So, if HSAB, I think if they, what?
Well, HSAB doesn't meet for only during a new business week, so it will be 2 weeks from today.
But you could
No, but I'm saying,
email
I'm
it to
saying
them.
that
Yeah.
this, because we didn't get any information from them, they should either opine on this before the old business hearing next Tuesday, or forever hold their peace, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So John, you've made a motion to hold this for further research to old business. That's it. And if HSAB can weigh in, fine. If they can't, then we can manage on our own. Okay? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, you can move them forward.
Atlantic. Is this a fence?
Nope, no fence.
No fence.
No fence.
Stephen, you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. From HSAB, says apron material.
Belgian block.
Prefer copper, but we do like the rest of the board. Too much landscaping, incorrect site plan included in file. That means.
And so you got a picture?
Locust.
Anything else?
Come
That's what
on.
I got.
Kathy's a
No
band.
idea where it
I'm
is.
sorry.
Oh, this is it?
This is 7 Wall Street.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
I know, but
that's
this
I know.
is the only document we have.
Hey, Ethan, do you have a locus on there?
I'm next on this thing?
Yeah.
The whole house
Yeah.
and the site plan and everything on my file.
All right, I think it's important for us all to get the context.
My apologies. Usually she puts them on there. My
No,
apologies.
that's Sheep Commons Lane.
Yeah, because that's up in Wall Street.
Is this new construction?
Yeah, it's Ethan designed it. Ethan's up for it. What, 2 after me, right?
Yeah, and I've got a site plan from the whole thing.
I'd make a motion to hold this until after Ethan's.
I think that's a really good idea.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's
we're
okay.
sure
Yeah, no
putting
worries.
ourselves over the horse right now. Okay, so that means
We're holding it
okay.
until we get some more information.
Okay, so there's a motion to hold item number 9 until after we have heard item number 12, which
Okay.
is the house application or the revisions. Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion? Aye. Okay. So.
Can I just make a comment,
Yeah.
general comment?
Yeah.
We need complete applications to do our job.
Agreed.
I would add that we need more than that, but that's for a topic for another meeting, perhaps.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ethan.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good.
Oh,
Hi. Go on.
Is this a house?
Okay, just to be clear.
So Stephen's on this one. I'm back on the 7 Wall Street.
Oh, I wasn't on 7 Wall Street.
I think I was on that.
Oh, I apologize. I think I might have been so that I could make a motion. Sorry, sometimes you just gotta.
All right, I'm confused. So, TJ, you were on 7 Walsh.
You know what? Actually, was I on Vestal? Maybe I wasn't on 7. What's the...
Vestal was Sophie's thing.
I wasn't on that.
I was on it, so you're on 7.
So I was on 7, so I'm on
my
yours.
6
So
man.
Stephen, because I want to keep them together. So
Right,
you're going to
Charlie.
be reviewing the, Steve, you'll be reviewing the landscape and the Ethan's
Right.
revisions for 7 Wall Street. But right now we're on Nantucket Road, are we not?
Yeah.
Okay, so TJ, that's you.
And I formally retract my apology.
Track your acceptance.
What you doing?
They're renovating the house. Originally, we had a motion way back when they wanted to change the front door, remove the transom, but they don't want. This is the original front door. Now it's a side door.
Right.
They
I
want to
remember
keep
that.
They want to keep it because they don't want to tear out the wall to remove it.
Oh, you mean keep it the way it is?
Yeah, no change. And there's approval for a 5 foot, 6 foot board fence in front of it, and then there's another house going in front of that.
Whoa.
Eventually.
What are we reviewing right now? Just the fact that you're keeping the front
Just the
door?
fact I'm keeping the front door.
Keeping the transom.
This as is, this is what it looks
This definitely should have been on consent.
It looks good.
Okay.
I buy there all the time.
Oh, yeah, no, come on, colors.
Motion, somebody?
Motion to approve this submitted.
Okay, hey, right, we're gonna send those in. All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Okay.
It's actually kind of nice with the 9 light and that little transom. It's a little different, but.
Now, just to keep things clean, Stephen, can you stay on this 57 Pulpus Road? No. TJ, can you stay on 57 Pulpus Road so that Stephen would then go back onto 7 Walsh?
Hey, why am I being penalized?
You just diplomatic.
I think I did a good job
You're
today.
just taking the
Don't
you're
be holding me
bracketing
back,
the two
brother.
that are inside.
I'm fine with it. Fine with it. So I was not on that. So I'm not saying.
Okay. This is an addition.
The photograph is taken from the bike path at the entrance of the driveway.
Okay.
Really wish you were keeping that skylight on the front of your thing.
I'm picking it out to add the dormer.
No, they're adding this. I think it's because there's a little bit of a disconnect between the existing house and what you're adding.
It's not visible from anywhere, and right now,
I found that out by going by there.
Val, when you say there's a disconnect, what do you mean?
It just seems like two different style houses.
Like
Oh,
farmhouse
oh,
and cave.
a-
Kind of. I think it works. Yeah.
Style disconnect.
But within the fact you can't see it.
Yeah. Yep. TJ, you got anything to say about this?
You know, the only comment I would make is about on your porch on the addition, the steps lead up to like an empty wall space and you cut right to the door. Seems a little odd, but I know that, you know, we probably won't see it.
the reason is because if you put the steps from the door, the porch, no one's ever going to use it. So I want them to use the porch.
Yeah,
I want them to actually use it. That's why I did it.
And then there'd be two doors with two stoops right next to each
Yeah,
other.
that's also.
The way the house works, because that's recessed, and the way it works today, the way the driveway goes, that's you actually use that back door.
Okay. Anything else, TJ?
No, that's it.
Okay. Diane?
No, I don't think you could see it, so it would be hard to think it out. The dormer that Skylight is going and they're putting in two dormers,
Yes.
right? So other than that, I don't have any problem. I think that Val's right, that left-hand side sort of looks different, but I don't think we're gonna see it, so.
Yeah, I think that's true, Diane. Okay. John?
I have no comment.
Okay. Anybody, and I'm fine with this. Anybody ready to
Motion to approve is submitted.
There we go. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Al's motion to approve is submitted. Aye. There we go. Okay. Stephen, now you get to show.
Thank you. Oh. Yeah, so now we can see the site plan and then we'll review the landscaping.
The house isn't there yet?
It's there.
Well, the picture doesn't show it.
I know, I recycled the original site plan. But I took pictures. We're just changing the lattice.
Yeah, I went by it today.
What are you doing?
All they're changing is from lattice to straight boards up and down.
Yeah, here you go. Like that.
Oh, I actually love the straight board. Oh, yeah. Okay.
HSAB liked it too.
Any objection? Oh, and are those natural to weather?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to ask that there be a separation as opposed to a T groove, a B groove.
HSAB already asked for that and he said yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually a good.
It's
good
a 1 inch
practice
space.
because
1 inch
otherwise
space.
you're going to get all punky in there.
Yeah, that's gonna look.
See,
It's too finished.
Yeah.
that's Val's house. They liked yours, they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
What?
They liked your house, so they wanted to do it.
So it'll be a 1 inch, 4 square edge board, 1 inch space on vertical 4 square edge board.
Yep.
All right.
That's my motion.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table to approve this with spacing between the boards. All those in favor of Stephen's motion? Aye. Oh yeah, board spacing.
So can we look at the pictures so when Lindsay comes back now, we know what we're
Yeah,
looking at?
so let's hold this, John, because
I just actually, we filed the wrong set of plans. I just emailed in the HCC set.
But I can go, right?
He filed the conceptual plans.
Yeah.
It's the same plan. It just, our HCC sets have all the images on them in the locus map. So I just emailed that into HCC submissions.
This footprint
Sorry.
doesn't seem to match the photo. I know.
No.
It's the same
That's
house,
an
right?
empty lot. He only put the empty lot. That other house is mine.
That's your house.
In back of it.
Oh,
So he's
okay,
showing the
gotcha.
empty lot.
I see.
Yeah.
What's that? That's the same thing that's that you're going to open up. It's just this one shows the locus map in the photos. My office just submitted that instead of this plan.
You're pretty quick, Lindsay.
Well, no, I looked it up because normally Alex is really good about getting.
Steve.
I'm teasing you.
Yeah, just the bluestone pattern.
These are,
Yeah. No?
this isn't actually the house that these were examining, right? Because it's a new house.
Hey, everyone. I'm going to reread now that we have this once again in front of us. I'm going to reread the HSAB comments on this. They want to know what the apron material is. And they say too much landscaping, incorrect site plan included in file. That's HSAB.
Well, we don't have what.
What's it? The site plan you have is what Ethan just submitted, which is this one.
Rick, can I see that, please?
HSAB? Yeah.
I don't know which site plan they were referring to. This
So
is the only.
Lindsay, I think, because it doesn't even show an apron,
It doesn't.
can we just hold for that, your plan till next Tuesday? Because I don't really know what we're voting on.
We don't call out an apron. And neither do.
Isn't, is Walsh paved down
Walsh
there?
is paved. I mean, we'll have to end up doing an apron.
What's
We
this
haven't.
material?
That's going to be, I think we call it shell.
Okay, this is a very Spartan application.
You want me to revise it?
Well, just information.
Yeah.
There's not, like, literally nothing is
There's
called out.
nothing on
Well,
here.
other than the privet hedge.
Bluestone patio, bluestone wall.
Yeah, I guess that is, but like, that.
Do you
this is-
can we
this-
hold it until
Okay,
next
this-
week because I can submit this one, which I've already emailed in. This is the one that shows like, kind of like what we're applying for.
Motion to hold until Tuesday next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have all.
Or I could get it to you Thursday, tomorrow.
And hey, does anybody have a preference as to the apron material, which Lindsay will show on his
Are the aprons down there made of?
Everyone's Belgian block down there.
There you go.
I actually, I would rephrase that to motion to hold to the next meeting.
Can we do it to Thursday then?
If we meet Thursday, you're good with that motion.
You think
We're
you're
gonna hold
gonna?
it to the next meeting.
You think you'll get to Thursday?
So that's narrowed it down to that one.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion is to hold this for the next meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 72 Main.
Good evening.
Evening. Welcome to the HTC.
Thank you.
Please say you're not applying for a fence. She's applying for a fence.
It's more gate. It's a driveway
Fence
gate.
from Hell Night.
It's a driveway gate, more enclosure.
Sorry, guys.
They already have an existing fence there, so it's like matching
Oh, wait.
that.
Oh, that helps.
Is this that Ellie's? Ellie Foley's house, or?
I'm representing for someone else. So
Oh,
I'm
this
not
is
sure
the one
who
that Chris did.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Which Chris?
Scahill.
Chris Scahill, the one with all the trouble.
The white clapboard?
Yes.
Yeah.
With the curve in
Right
there?
after the park on the
green brick
left.
Foundation.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
72 Main. Okay, it says not appropriate. This is HSAB, not appropriate. This would be a wall if HDC allows. Only one opening and porch light fixtures, question mark.
What is it? Can you read that one more time? What does it say?
Okay, I can explain the
Oh yeah, explain. That's what I'm questioning.
The last comment is there was discussion. There were a few complaints about those lighting fixtures on the porch.
Okay.
And, that was probably a year ago. And we came to the conclusion that the HPC doesn't have jurisdiction over lighting fixtures, but apparently we do.
We do if they're on the.
Yeah, so ordinarily, we're not sort of going into any great detail, nor should we, about like the sconce by the front door or this or that. But if there's something that's conspicuously wrong, and it's called out, that a complaint is made, I think we can review it. So,
And the sentence before was saying
So
they would rather
here-
only one opening?
well, see, this is, okay, it says not appropriate. This would be a wall if the HCC allows only one opening. Maybe they're saying that there's only one opening.
We're proposing two.
I think they want only one.
Oh, they want only.
That's what I was questioning.
Is there a picture of the house? What's there now? Is it just an open brick parking? I can't-
Yes, so the picture on your bottom left corner is at the back of the existing open brick parking area. And there's an elm tree. I should have brought one from the street.
Now, is that
I do have
like
one on my
really
phone.
wide curb cut? That's all existing?
That's all existing. All that brick is there. I actually will pull up a photo. I have a photo of the front of the house.
So really, what they're concerned with is putting up more fencing right there on the street.
Yeah, are they saying it would look like a wall?
It would
Yeah.
look like a wall.
Okay.
No, it would look like the other side.
It would look like the other side.
Pretty much.
Right.
Yeah, that fence is clear.
Do we have a photo of the house backed out at all?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking. I have one on my phone. I didn't print it. I apologize.
You know, Tori,
Yeah.
I think I know how tall this is, but I don't think there's a, oh no.
To the left.
Here we
here,
go.
Yeah.
So 5 feet to the top of the post, but like this top portion, okay, how high above the grade is the opaque part?
When you say opaque, you mean the opening on the top?
No, the bottom. The bottom with the V-groove boards.
So this area right here at the bottom?
See, this and this aren't the same. This one looks lower than this.
Well, this one has two, oh,
I can have him submit drawings that break those dimensions up.
Right.
You're asking for this
Yeah, I'm
versus
interested in
that.
that dimension.
Yeah.
Right there. Because if that's 5 feet.
Do you guys have a scale?
And I'm 5'10", the top of my head is here, right?
Yeah, if you guys have a scale, it's at 3/8.
I'm able to like look right over this. So more detailed dimensions on that would be helpful, because I don't see that would be a wall, because it means that all that stuff would be way down here somewhere.
Well, if anyone has a scale at the table, it's 3/8 inch scale. We should be able to determine that, right?
no, we don't.
Abby usually brings mine. But she's not here
Here,
tonight.
Kathy's got one.
Mine is in the back.
But so the one that's existing is in fact 5 feet?
Yes, it's matching that.
Well, no, that does not make sense. Sorry. This is an engineer scale.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So it's called out as a 4 and 1. So probably it'd be 5 foot to the top
All right.
of the rail.
I think it's important to know two things here. The dimensions of this existing fence, taking also into account the fact that it appears to be sitting on a rubble wall,
Yep.
which is making it taller.
Yep.
All right. That I don't believe is going to be what's taking place where you have your drive, or else you'd have to drive over a
Correct.
18-inch high wall.
Yep.
All right. Then also having just dimensions from grade up to the, as I said, the opaque portion, so that V groove, and then to the top of the rail. The
Not
top
the post.
rail. Well, the posts are sort of the least important.
Yeah,
part
got
of
it.
the whole thing. And because the proportions of the proposed fence are very different than the proportions
Yeah, the
of
spacing on the spindles is different too.
Well, there's more open in relation to opaque in the new, which is a good thing, not a bad thing, you know.
Okay.
Because it's not, I think the fact that it's not going to read like the photograph is in your interest, because if HSAB was looking at this, then I can see why they would think that we're putting.
Yeah,
It would still be congruent with that fence.
It would be. It'd be the same style,
in the same
but not the
family.
same.
So more space is better.
Same family.
Yeah.
Correct. All right, so
I think, for me, I'd like to view it myself.
Yeah.
okay.
And I guess I would just ask Tori, why does it need 2 openings? And why does it need that return section that comes back into the?
So the return thing is just to meet the existing fence that you see in this bottom left picture, to enclose the space. If there were not 2 openings, I think coming in around the tree would be very difficult to park 2 cars in there. Right now, they can pull straight in and park 1 car on each side of the tree.
You're not going to be able to pull a car on that side of
No,
it.
not a chance.
On it, it's on. If
you wouldn't even be able to pull a motorcycle into that.
No.
if you see the way the driveway goes on an angle out to the,
All right.
if you're looking at a plan view to the left, they pull that one in diagonally and this one in straight right now.
Hey, so you just said something, Tori, that I didn't quite get. You said this diagonal piece is there because it's linking up with the existing fence?
It's not actually like connected to it, but it's coming right to the edge of
But
it.
where is that existing?
That's one.
Right here, this one.
Yeah.
That's the right, that point right there where the proposed links is the end on this side.
Is that this little thing right
Yeah, exactly.
Can we just view it?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's make a motion to view.
No problem.
Because I was just wondering how many houses have that larger gate on Main Street. There's one across the street that's been there for some time. The gates slide. It's on
Left and right.
the other side of the street. They slide behind each other, remember?
The lady at 73 Main left me a nasty note about my parking job the other day, and I was thinking to myself, she only
And I'll
knew
print the
why
pictures
she
as
had
well.
that curb cut in that gate. She wouldn't have left the note.
I'll print the streetscape photos as well.
Did I hear a motion?
Motion to hold for view.
Okay, Hank, hold the motion. Yes, John.
Looking at the section here,
Yeah.
it says 3/8 scale,
Mhm.
right? Now, it says the post, end post to match existing in height. This end here. This end is down the other end of the house.
Yeah, you can see it goes up to a natural to weather fence behind.
I'm sorry?
That taller post connects up on the wall, if you look closely, to a natural to weather fence up on the wall that goes the side. Yeah.
Right, but we're putting one up this far away. I'm misreading something here. This is the house, this is Main Street, this here, what this scale here is, I don't know.
Tori, is the same condition on the other side with this fence, natural to weather, dying into what you're proposing here
In other words, is there this tall post right here at this meeting point?
on this corner? Because what?
Yes, that's proposed on that front corner.
So this fence is as tall as the fence on the other side.
Wait.
Can you see? Show me where you're pointing at.
No,
Hey, guys,
this is a 5 foot.
the condition,
This one here is 6 foot.
hey, John, you bring up a good point. I'm gonna tell you why. The reason that there's that tall post on that side is because that's where it intersects, the grade goes way up on that side. That's where the park is, you know, the little park on Fair Street. The fence is much higher there, so they had to have that post go longer to catch the other fence coming in. They don't need to do that on this side, so there should not be a very tall post at that other corner.
Independent of everything. Yeah.
No, it makes no sense at all.
I agree.
Okay.
That's what I was getting at.
I'm just saying that's what it says here.
All right, well, if that is what it is, then it should be changed.
Yep.
It should not be that tall.
All right, another one I was thinking, we're sectional here.
Yeah.
Right here, right? This is a gate,
Yeah,
and this is a gate.
correct.
If he has a problem with gates opening, they gotta open out, they can't open in.
Oh, no, they gotta open in.
Oh,
They're opening in.
They can't swing out into the driveway.
Otherwise they'd be going right out into the sidewalk.
Sidewalk.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't do that.
Right, but if they do that, why don't they take this, shorten it, like over around the corner on Pine Street?
Yeah. Oh.
Slide it?
Yeah.
That would solve opening these all the time, you know, and shutting them where the car waits out here too.
Is he saying roll it left and right?
Yeah, so there's, I think it's actually installed on, as you turn from Main Street onto Pine Street, on the right-hand side, there's a big board
36
fence.
Main. The rear of 36 Main.
Okay.
And the door slides. And just like Diane was saying, there's another one on Main Street, the same thing. On the opposite
On
side
the
of
right side, like
street,
up in the hundreds, I think. I know that one.
it slides
No, it's
too.
not up that high.
Oh, okay.
It's around
90s maybe?
Yeah, White House.
I know which one you're talking about. It's got a yard in front of the cottage.
Yeah.
And it slides.
Street, on Main Street, opens inwards.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know? But
Doesn't
this-
this brick pitch up?
This
The
will
brick- the-
alleviate confusion of parking the car, get out, go open the gate,
Right.
drive in, you know, so, you know, it's not our problem, but if we're gonna give them a fence, we've not to put board fences on the street side.
Okay.
We're
So-
gonna walk around the corner and take a picture and bring it back. What are we gonna say?
So, John, thank you for the comments. Several members want to view it, and Tori is going to give us some new dimensions and such.
And I would say, just point out that the slope of the brick is sloped and the tree gets in the way from it sliding. So they would not be able to slide because
All right.
of building it around the tree.
Got it. Okay, so the motion, I believe Val made the motion to hold for some revisions and to view. Is that
More
right?
information.
More information. All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Steamship. Ticket booth. Should match little ticket offices. No aluminum. Ooh,
There's no aluminum, it's all shingled.
where'd they get aluminum from?
The plans are a little weird. It's coming from like a prefab company that does these little ticket booth things, but it's all shingled, it's all white trim, it's all white trim on the
Are
windows.
you putting a pitched roof on it, or?
It kind of is gonna slide right under the overhang of steamship, so that really is almost like a flat
It's
roof.
going out on that porch? Is that
When you walk into the Steamship Authority Terminal,
Yeah.
all the way to the left corner, that corner right there, they want to tuck it
right?
right there.
This.
Yes, exactly.
Well,
and
it's-
it slides flat
All
underneath
the
there.
stuff says steel, that's why.
Right, that's why they were worried about it. But I believe on the application, I noted shingles or they filled it out.
I think so,
Yeah.
Tori, I get why we usually approve the elevations and that's what they use.
Yeah,
Not necessarily the application.
what the application's reading, yeah.
We need to have this come in, even if you just
Cross
it
out.
and write
Okay.
what it is, because I can see why they're confused.
Yeah, I mean, like this would imply there's like a little thin piece of metal trim around the window.
Right, and it's all wood.
Yeah, so.
I can do that.
Do we all agree that these elevations just need to be finessed a little bit so that they reflect?
Yeah, add shingles, trim, and call out your roof material.
Okay.
Even though the roof isn't, I don't even know what kind of roof it'll have. There is no roof yet. There's a roof, but it's like almost like a.
Roof exists. It's sliding under the porch of the.
It's going to be almost like rough materials. I don't think they're going to shingle it or anything.
It's going to have some
kind of protection. Yeah.
I mean,
probably like a straight plywood.
It's going under there.
Right, but well then, I think we should. I don't mean to be, but we should see it there. Like this to me, I thought it was going to be adjacent to it. It's a freestanding thing. This is going to go underneath it.
Underneath
so we
it.
can see it underneath it.
And it is portable and temporary. FYI. Yes.
So it is going to have a roofing material so that it can be brought out from.
They're only bringing it out for C Streak in the summer and then taking it away.
I would just like to have the roof material called out. I think then.
Okay.
Or
fair enough.
Show it where it is.
Yeah. Yes, John.
Where's it going?
It's a temporary ticket booth, John, and at the steamship, it's going to go underneath the porch roof right there. See?
There's no plot plan showing it.
So,
I did it on the locus.
Tori, what you should do is you can take that photograph and do like a little box to show us where it's going to go in plan. Okay? All right. Did I hear a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, John. Go ahead. Yep. Yep.
What material does the application call for?
White cedar shingles, white trim, all wood.
But John?
Yeah.
She's going to give us different drawings that show shingles and casings, because right now that thing is all shown as metal.
Can we should hold this till we get the.
Oh, yeah. Well, yes,
that's
we
what
are
the motion
definitely
was.
doing that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
Here to serve.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Wait, hang on. Let's make sure your motion carries. Who made the motion? And what was it? Okay, Stephen made a motion to hold this to get more information on the exterior.
Final set of drawings.
Final set of drawings. Well said. All those in favor of Stephen's motion? Aye. Okay.
Thank you very
See
much.
you next time. 5 Amelia.
7 o'clock, do you suppose they would want to have a quick break?
Well, John just called for a break, and
Put
it
that
doesn't
over
sound
here.
like we've got Mark Dawson here.
I'm gonna text him.
So I'll second that motion.
The motion was for a break?
5-minute break.
Okay,
Pizza
5-minute break.
Yeah.
Buy pizza.
Pizza break.
Okay.
Put a steak in here.
Oh, I think we might need something a little harder than a steak tonight. Hey there.
You know,
Go get.
Let's go.
I need a weapon.
I'll wheel you over.
All right.
there's no
For that,
good,
I'll walk.
there's no good time during the meeting for stuff like that, but
Drinking, I don't think we can do that at the meeting.
No.
That'd be tough.
I think you know what I mean. Having it at the beginning of the meeting is like, of all the bad times to have it, that's the worst.
What's
I don't
that?
know.
Because it sets the tone.
Dissension?
Yeah.
It breaks up coherence. I mean, you should not have problems.
It would be tough if we did like a half-hour food break.
At any time.
Just
at
extend the
any
whole
time.
night.
But at the beginning, it kind of like sets a tone, and you know, it takes. I was noticing, you know, it takes a while for the train to get back on the tracks. You know, like.
If you think you're going to convince me that that's okay, you're not. And on that, I'm taking a break.
I wasn't trying to defend it at all.
I think you.
Hey,
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
How you doing?
Almost at the very end.
Oh,
We're gonna
that
follow
was
through
what John was doing his last day of
This
work.
is sort of what we were
instead of
talking
signing
about.
off people.
That's a new application for the oldest house.
Really bad, slow start,
I heard.
but now we're starting.
See
to
the
get
mini
some-
split with the
some
line set
momentum.
coming up?
You're
There it
literally
is,
at the
right
end.
there.
Oh, yeah, your third.
He didn't put any solar on it though.
I
see.
I'm gonna hang in there.
Deja vu.
I would. Yeah, I would.
Never argue with an
I
idiot.
can't be here Thursday. What would you do? Do you have Thursday meetings?
Well, we would have a Thursday meeting if we didn't cover it.
If you don't cover me, I'm gonna ask them.
Oh, there he is.
Next Tuesday,
Oh, that's cute.
right?
Because you're not gonna be here Thursday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, let's see, it's 7
Love
now.
it.
We
Yeah,
have
I've
2
got a
more
little
hours.
medical thing I'm gonna take me to.
If he's here.
Yeah, unless we get
You're
something
gonna-
that's gonna
you're gonna-
chew up all the
That's
time.
all
I think we're gonna
Well,
get close.
doesn't there
You can ask the same question?
Yeah, we're way back here. The 41 Chuck Hollow.
Oh,
You should do a little count.
yeah. So.
Because we have ZBA on Thursday, so we can't wait till Thursday
Where are you gonna sign?
to get you to decide what you want to do.
He's making socks.
Oh, you know, I didn't know, you know those bomblets are.
You have the ZBA on
No, I've never even
Thursday.
heard of them.
To talk about the appeal of the building.
See,
Oh, really?
I was being advised by town council not for this board not to take a vote on something.
That's how I got you the first
And here's why. Essentially, if I understand it correctly, and I guess these guys discussed it.
Wait,
So, in relation to Chuck Hollow.
correct.
Oh, do you remember those whiskey
So,
sours?
what I understand, it sounds
They were
like
so good, and the
we issued a
glass
C of
was
O.
this big.
All right, this board issued a C of O.
Three of them at the time.
And to Stephen's point, Stephen said, well, in the case of the pool up on Lincoln Circle, C of O was issued, they got a building permit, they went forward and they were building the pool while it was under review on the name. Now, I guess in this case, the building inspector has decided that he was not going to move forward.
Yes.
You issued the building permit.
He did.
He did the exact same thing. The building commissioner is consistent.
All the way out there.
And the only,
Then I don't understand the issue.
Rollerblade home.
we just want you guys to say that when you issue a valid COA, you don't have a problem with the building commissioner issuing a building permit. That's all we want.
It's so bizarre. I mean, why would we
Because the other side's coming in and saying that because they're appealing.
Wait a second.
Sign up with a couple, and you guarantee to go out. The last person standing won.
We're on the opposite side. I work for Steve.
I totally, I understand and appreciate that.
Story in the Boston Globe today.
We just want consistency.
Yeah, check it out.
Well, I think what I'm gonna suggest is we
Come
go
around to your
your
side. I mean, I get it. I totally get it, but how does that improve your situation?
It just makes.
Because if you're silent, then the zoning board is going to be saying what they think you think instead of you saying.
Like a harbor master, you know, does a fantastic job. Blah, blah,
Because
blah,
they're
blah,
being
blah,
persuaded by the other.
Because they're being pushed to say they have to make a decision. And if they make a decision with no input from you, then they don't necessarily know that this is what you've done, at least in one other
Yeah.
They had
instance.
that in Nantucket today. They had this.
And here you're doing it again.
I get it now.
And that's all.
That's so funny.
We just want the ZBA to know that as far as you're concerned, you issue a valid COA, and the building commissioner
Okay, I get it.
is within his right to say building permit.
I thought that the
Yeah.
building
Guys are all
inspector
pleasant,
cannot.
it's wonderful that we just do meetings
Okay.
and we don't have.
And then I
we
I
get
was,
bogged down.
my opinion on that was,
And-
well, the building inspector has decided not to move forward with this issue. It's building. We can't tell him what he has to do.
Totally different thing. That would be a totally different thing.
No, I got it. All right, because I don't want to take a vote on anything where we're like, where we're going beyond.
And the
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for sticking around.
yeah,
No, I get it.
and so
what's
basically what
gonna
we're trying
press them
to
is
say is that the place to be upset about this COA appeal is not at the ZBA, but they should go. It's the select board. Like they're kind of by appealing the building permit, they're circumventing the appeals process by trying to win at the ZBA and not have to go to the select board to contest your COA. I mean, it's sort of kind of an end around.
It's interesting.
It is.
It's a novel approach.
Yeah. So we're just
Okay,
hoping.
well, thank you.
Did you do something today?
Thank
I'll be
you
over
for
here.
that explanation. And let's see, ZBA, what time do they meet on
1 o'clock.
Thursday? I should know, like 4 o'clock.
You were hanging with your new friend earlier.
One. Yeah, they're 1 o'clock.
Oh, so it'd be the same time as our meeting.
Yeah.
You only meet once a week.
It's the way the world is
ZBA?
working.
Tell that to my
They don't
wife.
want anybody to have
She
real
lives at the
it's a way of
ZBA.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're back in
some
session,
people in
folks.
charge and other people not caring. They don't have any responsibility.
Sorry. I just want to confirm that 5 Amelia Drive, Mark Dawson is not here. Right?
Right.
Can I have a motion to hold that for reps?
So moved.
Yeah, yeah. 5? What number?
Number 15, John, we're going to hold for representation.
Okay.
Okay? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and now we have Stephen, other Stephen, to walk us through 27 Low Beach Road.
Thank you.
Guys, this is very simple. We were approved for white trim and black windows. The missus of the owner decides now she does
I
not
think
like.
the missus is also the owner, Steve.
Yes, she is. Does not want black windows anymore, and she would like white windows.
Oh,
that's it.
All
That
right.
was not clear when we were looking at it.
That's all. That's all
Okay.
that we're doing. Going from black to white.
Can I just read, just so that we don't keep them out of the loop on this? This is Wisconsin Advisory. It says, change to black door buttons is okay, but would prefer dark in place of black. E.g. shutters, doors, door buttons. House across circle has all dark green trim, so the color is already neighborhood defining.
I'm sorry, they're just backwards, right? It was approved as black, and it's now going to white.
The drawing, Steve, though, are.
Yeah, and it
Bill,
falls out.
Bill changed it on the application, I believe. Okay.
It
All
just wasn't clear.
Okay.
That's all.
Well, he did it. I'm just here. Okay. He did it.
Is there any, does anyone have any objections to this going from black buttons to white?
Well, it's, the shutters are gonna be white now too.
Yeah.
Oh, like literally
Door is gonna be
Everything's
white.
going to white. Everything in Wisconsin's white. They want to go to white.
So
He didn't
basically,
like
there's
black.
no black trim or.
Gone.
Okay, yeah, I think we don't want to have to print these all over, but they say black shutters and it's highlighted.
So we could do it through staff, that the drawings are updated to reflect that all trim is white and there's no reference to black. And
Except
the
for the
application
doors.
is the same as
And
well.
the doors of the front door and stuff is white.
Or black.
Okay.
No, we said white.
No
All
black.
right, whatever it is, it
Okay.
needs to be corrected.
You got it.
So motion approved through staff with drawings corrected to indicate shutters, trim, doors, etc. will be white with no black trim, shutters, doors, etc.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Good, good, okay. Karen,
Okay, what happened 17?
Karen, 17 is up right now, John. That's Karen, and she's coming up.
She's coming up. There you go.
You okay with Beach Road?
Yeah, all white, no black. Trim, doors, shutters. Karen.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. Hello. Thank you.
We gotta come up with a solution for this.
I know.
The solar?
Yeah,
That too.
on a wood roof.
But the wood roof part of it in particular.
I went out to
Active
see,
utility.
not to digress, but I went out to see East Street today, thinking that it was gonna be up, but.
It wasn't.
Well,
Could have stopped at the Admiralty and had a pop.
Dang. Okay.
So it is a cedar roof, but it is in the back of the house, and I know I say this every time, but you cannot see
It
this.
says right here, Ken.
You would see it
on
from
the
Osprey.
promotional literature. It
Promotional
says solar
line.
panels
Yeah.
on south roof will not be visible from road.
Promotional material.
Not from Nantucket Road, but from Osprey Way, or vice
Would-
versa.
Well, we're at Hummock Pond.
Hummock Pond.
Wait,
It will be
it
seen,
would be
it's wide
visible
open.
from Hummock Pond
Will
Road?
not be visible from any road. No, no, it won't be. There's a big house in the way from Hummock
Yeah.
Pond Road,
Sorry.
and on one of these little maps, the house isn't there, but it is now.
Yes. Right.
And John, you always like to see that it's black.
The panels are black, but the roof isn't.
I know, but this is one that you're not going to see the contrast. 'Cause
I disagree with you, and I would hold for a view then, because I think you can see this. It's wide open between those houses.
I drove by it, but you know, if that's what you want.
I would ask, I am fine with the view, and I would ask that just, it wouldn't hurt to look into whether these shingles, which I know they can be, could be stained.
Would you stain all of them, or
Well,
just
that's
that?
a novel approach.
Just what's visible, maybe you would do what's immediately visible because it's not covered, and then a certain depth into and under a shadow line, so maybe a foot or so. And then you would want to do a straight line so that it looks like a shadow line underneath there. I'm not suggesting it is the solution, but we haven't discussed it, and it might be something that might help you to get these approved if they're wood roofs. And it would be easier for an applicant to put a oil-based stain on cedar, and it would take.
Mhm.
I'm not positive what the product would be. I don't know whether there's something that would work that would not undermine the roof shingle. But I mean, it might be worth looking into as opposed to having us say, you need to take off the wood shingle roof and make it asphalt. Just throwing it out there.
He's not going to do that.
Okay.
I know that. They just.
You mean take off the
saying.
wood roof and put on asphalt?
Yeah.
And I'm not suggesting that's going to be my position, but I'm looking at this and I'm going back to the comment I made when we first sat down, which is we've got to figure out something on how to address wood shake underneath solar, because it's clearly a concern of the majority of the vendors who sit on applications that there's a contrast there that's not acceptable. So
What
that's the only
about
reason I brought
different
it up.
color panels?
No. You'd
There's
never get a
no
panel
option.
that was like this.
And the skins on those only last 7 years, so it's not a good option.
So listen, Stephen, thanks. It's an interesting idea, worth pursuing. They stain, other than on Nantucket, they stain cedar shingles all the time. You can probably walk into Marine or someplace and buy opaque stain of almost any color right now. So that's worth looking into. But I think that the first order of business on this one would be to view in the back to see whether we need to worry ourselves about this issue at all anyway in this particular application. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and was there a motion to view? If not, I'll make the motion to view.
I'm just to be clear, because
Yeah.
the site plan says the house is moving.
Yeah. This house is not moving. Well, this house, wait, let's see, where is this?
Okay.
It's moved already.
All right, so we're looking at the red one,
No.
the black one.
The black one.
Mine's in black and white.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the black ones, yeah, the red one's not built yet. And the black one's already moved, the way, that's good, that's how you want.
You want the panels.
Yeah, that one is the way it is.
Okay.
This move.
But-
Okay, so the locust map isn't right then.
Locust map.
The locust
Yeah,
map
it
is,
is.
no,
The satellite
no, the locust map still shows it in the middle of the property,
Right.
which is not correct.
So it is right here. And then the other thing you should see on that locust map, this lot below it has a huge house on it now with a lot of
Your promotional
shrubbery.
literature says there is now a house on this lot.
Yeah, yeah,
It-
very clear, yeah.
That location makes
Oh,
your
and you can see it right
statement
there.
more correct.
Yeah. you can
Yeah.
see.
Because I was thinking it was the red one,
Right,
which would be very visible.
okay.
But if you will settle the matter
It will,
and we can
okay.
move
And it's
forward.
a small house. Now, I have a question for you. If you were going to stain these shingles, would you want them black? I mean, how would you?
You know what? First of all, I don't think that you would be able to get like an opaque black stain, but you'd be able to get something like, we have this thing called like dual black or dual gray, which is like a really dark gray. You know,
Yeah.
the idea is to minimize the contrast.
Right.
You know, the red cedar roof is very beautiful, but it's very, very light gray, and you're putting black panels on it. And then so like every little, like the fact that you have one panel that's sort of missing because you have a vent stack coming up there,
Right. You get
like
Yeah.
you're gonna
Right, yeah.
read that as a big rectangle on the roof, a big
Right.
blonde rectangle. So,
What about a
you know, I
ground
might even do
array?
this on my own time, go and stain some red cedar shingles and see what I come up with.
It would be even interesting to see if like a black that was translucent, what that took to the shingle as, because that might be enough that it makes it a dark gray, and then you don't have to worry about.
Yeah,
stuff
so they
peeling
have
off.
three types of stain: transparent, semi-opaque, and opaque. And the name says it all. You know, the transparent, you're reading most of the shingle color through. The opaque, you're reading most of the stain.
So we
anyway.
may have some options.
Okay.
Okay.
But we will view this. John, question, comment?
Yeah, only,
Yes,
yes, I know the area, and through the other houses behind them, towards the Hummock Pond Road, I think the roof is gonna be visible. I have a question. If you're gonna put panels up, right, you have a wooden roof there now,
Yeah.
Yes.
right? Do they plan to put black shingles under it? Under the thing?
You mean change the roof around? Put black shingles under the panels? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they want to
No,
do
we
that.
weren't planning on doing.
Hey, John.
No.
First thing we're going to do is we're going to check and see how visible it is from
Okay.
the back. Because there's a house there now. Big house just got built in the back. So we'll see if it's visible at all. All right. So the motion is to view. Was that, who made that motion? Diane?
I made motion to view it.
Comment.
Yes, sir.
One comment. A lot of people come in here many times and want a lot of things. And the worst thing that can happen is you say, it's not visible, you can't see it. You drive out there, you can see it. What do you say to the applicants? You know?
That you can see it.
And I show them a picture. They go, don't come in here and waste our time. You know, garages, whatever they
Well,
are.
I trust Karen.
We're gonna go view it, and then
Yeah,
we'll
we're
know
gonna
if it's
view it.
visible or not. And we talked
And her
about some
credibility
solutions
might
to
just
make
go right down the drain. We'll see.
Maybe.
Yeah.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Is if you read the Boston papers or the blurbs on your iPad, it says that if you live here in Massachusetts, that they will give you pay for the solar panels at a cheap price, and you don't have to come up with the money to begin with. But I have not been able to find out what their specifications are. So I don't know whether we should put some sort of notice in or talk to the people you talk to and say that that particular thing isn't true. You don't just get solar panels because you live in Massachusetts. You still have to follow the rules of the game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, you have to abide by the local.
But they don't
bylaws
say
and
that.
Yeah.
Nowhere.
Yeah.
Well,
it's true.
It would cut down
Okay.
some.
I have a question. If I come back and you find that you can see it, I'd like to be ready for Plan B, which would be, I assume.
I would suggest bring some samples of semi-transparent, opaque, and transparent.
Start with the
shingles.
semi-transparent.
Yeah.
Okay. Another question is, if he wanted to put black asphalt, would that be approved since he's got cedar on the other side? Would you ever approve something like that?
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a case by case, Karen.
Yeah.
You know, what it would boil down to is whether you could see from a public way red cedar and black asphalt at the same time.
Yeah.
If you can only see the back of the house from this road, and then it takes you 5 minutes to drive around to the other side, by which time you've forgotten that it's black asphalt on the back, and you can only see, you know, red cedar on the front.
That's my phone.
That's the answer to that
Calling
question.
in.
Okay.
So I would suggest just while I know we have the motion, but look to see if you can see the both roof planes from any
I'm so
location.
sorry.
Look at it with our eyes.
But a stain is going to be
Okay.
so much simpler than
Okay.
re-roofing.
Definitely.
You get up there with a paintbrush and a harness and you're done.
Yeah, you could stain that whole roof in 2 hours.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, the motion is to view. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, sauna.
She's not here.
She's requesting to be heard on the 13th of August.
So we're skipping her?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
this one we're
okay,
not-
so is that a
Need a motion to
Tuesday?
hold.
Motion to hold 18 and 19.
Till the 13th of August. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Miroslava,
Hey there, how are you?
how's it going?
Fantastic.
Good.
Just a little time check, guys. It's 7:30.
Yeah.
Time to put it
Hurry
into
up, yeah.
high gear.
Perfect. Just in time.
Hey, we have at least one that I know of, time-sensitive thing on other business that I want to take up. So 2 time-sensitive things. Okay. So we're gonna set aside a little time for that. Okay, go.
Beautiful. So this application is for the new pool and the hardscape. So this application is for the new pool and the hardscape.
No, get on my stuff.
It's all proposed. It's all new structures. I believe the main house was approved in a past meeting by America's work on that. So the pool is, just to walk you through the pool, if the main house is around in the elevation, the finished grade of 14, and then the landform slightly slopes and meet the dune. So what we would like to do, actually sunken the pool 30 inches to 3 feet below at the elevation 10, with small little retaining wall at the back between the main house and along the pool. And it's for protection plus visibility. We don't want to look at it. Plus, it would minimize any visibility from the beach, if any. And I guess that's what to the pool. It's a combination of the hardscape and decking. For the hardscape would be bluestone. For the wall, I would like to use the green, Vermont green granite. There's an image included. Mm-hmm. Again, the wall would be more like 30 inches high, and the boardwalk at grade would be connecting the main house with the pool. And it's, again, supposed to be very seaside, beach grasses, very quiet, minimal. And
it'd look a lot like the photograph that you have of it's titled
pretty much, yes, that's correct. But instead using the concrete wall kind of in a bag, you can sense it would have a stone walls like that.
Yeah.
So just a clarification, the deck at grade would be at elevation 10 at top of deck?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Where is that?
Down by the pool.
It's not, it doesn't indicate that. That's why I wanted to make sure. So basically the pool, the top of the deck would be at 10 feet, and then this wall would be, the top of the wall that goes around 2 sides would be at 2 feet above it at 12.
Would be more like a 12 and a half, 13, yeah.
Okay, I think it says 12.
It's a stone?
Like the one in.
Yeah. Top of wall.
There's a massive dune.
Oh, yeah, because
thing
I
in
wanna
front
slope
of
it
this
down
house.
in the bottom. So the pool will be at the elevation 9, actually.
Val?
Correct.
Okay.
Even over, yeah.
If you look at the aerial, this
Yeah,
is in
I know,
that, you know,
but we didn't think we were gonna see the one out in Nantucket and you can see it. That's why I'm asking, because I'm not good at visualizing these.
you know, there's a slope off from the sort of vegetated portion of this down to, by the way, those are old sewer beds. You can see them in the site plan. There's like a big
This
chain link fence around all that stuff. So that's kind of no man's land out there. I can't imagine that. You'd have to get on the property to be able to see this.
Absolutely.
This is going to be at 9 feet. This is going to be a foot lower than the grade here. This is 10. So I want to just correct for the record.
Yeah.
The pool, the deck, top of deck is at 9 feet.
Yeah.
The bottom
I
of the
just
retaining
noticed
wall is
that.
at 9 feet. The
Right.
top of the retaining wall on two sides is at 12 feet. I'm not
Yeah.
suggesting anything other than just to convey the information. But John, this is going to
That's
be
correct.
9 feet. This is 10 feet. And then here you're going to have a wall that's 12 feet, so that if you're higher up here, this is the top of the wall is at 12 feet. So the difference between here and here is 3 feet.
Okay.
Here, it'll look like this. This wall will be here 3 feet higher around this side.
Where's your fence?
No, no fence. It will have automatic pool cover.
Have a roll?
Yes.
Thank you.
Everybody good? Any further comments?
Yeah, I would not be comfortable approving this without indicating that the pool is not to be visible at the time of inspection or thereafter. I know we normally do that, but I just wanted to.
Absolutely okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's our safety.
And if it
Safety
does
net.
now.
Was that a motion?
It was.
Okay, Stephen has made a motion to approve this with a stipulation that the pool will not be visible at the time of inspection or thereafter. All those in favor? Aye. All right, thanks.
Are the ladies in favor? Are they good?
Everybody's.
Everyone.
Everybody.
There were no no's.
Okay, listen, the next one is on Orange Street. It's a client of Lisa's.
29.
Mr. Sweeney is going to represent this particular thing, but I'm just going to recuse because our office does have an association with this project. I don't even know what you're looking for, frankly.
We're doing 29 Orange.
Front porch. Oh, I see. Yeah. Diane, can you
Yep.
share that? Thanks.
Number 21.
Okay,
Oh, go back.
this is already done.
Right here.
Okay, let me read
It's not done, it's in the process.
what Shad has to say.
I don't know.
It says, it is contributing,
We're on 29.
the repairs need to keep old material and it can be sisted onto the old stuff. And that was 1, 2, 3 members. So they don't want you to getting rid of old wood, old whatever, because you can always sister new stuff in. You can be old, that's there.
Okay.
So do you want to tell us what you're going to do?
Michael Sweeney, for the record. So it's a fluted column, and basically it's been sitting right on the deck. The bottom of the column is rotted, and I'm really glad that Shad has talented woodworkers, but I don't know how to sister that in a way that it's not going to crack and look like a patch job in 2 years' time. And so we're proposing to replace it with an exact similar new column. I did submit.
Do you have the age of the house?
I think the age of the house was 1790, and then it was substantially renovated in 1845. So I have here a drawing of the replica column we're proposing, making it out of cedar.
So, is that in the application, Michael?
I thought I
Yeah.
handed it in, but is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because exactly similar is not totally inspiring. No, that's good. I see it in here.
Oh, okay.
So this is only about the, column?
So then, if you look, there's another photograph then that shows when we took out the column, the roof, the portion of the porch roof that it sits on, the framing of that porch roof is extremely rotted also. The boards that make up the fascia and soffit of the porch roof are, again, extreme. I mean, they're only rotted an inch or two at the end, but unfortunately that's the inch or two that makes up the corner. There's been a lot of patching and bondo done on it over the last, I don't know, 10, 20 years. And we're trying to fix it properly. And really, if we're, to try to sister in on a piece of 1x12 cedar with another piece of 1x12, it's just going to crack. Because you're basically trying to butt end grain to end grain.
So somebody have an opinion?
Can I get some more information?
Yep.
So, Michael, this portion of the very top, is the abacus.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't, on the existing column, it actually protrudes. It looks like maybe it's a couple of inches past the rounds. Oh no, it's flush on the sides and then it's square. Okay. So the image answers my question. Always good to have images, thank you. And then the upper portion you're talking about, is that part of the fascia or is it actually just structural and then you'll recover it? Okay.
So both the structure of there's a photo there looking up through the hole when we remove the column.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unfortunately rotted out.
So the only thing I would ask, given the nature of this structure, its location, its general historic significance, is that there would actually be an additional drawing added that would show a profile of. It doesn't have to be, completely dimensioned, but that would be proportional and would show a profile of one side.
Like a section through it.
Yeah, something along those lines for the file.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's going to be standing out there measuring it, but it would also help you. You're gonna need it anyways. So it's not like it's a big ask.
We'd have it done on a sheet of plywood, but I'm assuming you don't want that for the
file. Take a picture of it. I'm not partial to how pretty it is. I just want it to be accurate.
Okay.
Those are my only concerns.
Okay, are you wanting to replace both columns or the right-hand one?
Both. The left-hand one is not as rotted as the right-hand one, but it's not far behind it. And it would still involve basically 2 inches of sistering or puttying or whatever.
Well, that doesn't mean that it can't be done. The house was originally built in 1790, you say?
That's what we have from previous work that we've done.
Then it was done over in
1845, 47.
What do you?
I think if it looks just the way it looks now and they're using wood, I don't think we need to keep rotten wood, but that's just me.
Johnny?
Yes. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
The application doesn't mention that it's going to be made out of wood.
Okay. That's just a mistake.
Wood on there? Initially? Because we had a guy that applied for the same thing. We gave him a permit, never put wood on it, and he put up fiberglass. But we caught it in time.
Here, if you want to see a bigger one.
And I showed how a lot of money spent there in the last 10 years.
No.
The house has asked that to keep as much old material as possible.
Yeah. Which we will do, but we can't quite determine if any of it is. All we know is the corners are rotted out where the miters meet. If during the point where we're uncovering it, we do find stuff that's worth saving, then I would absolutely be in favor of doing that.
Because I know in some places, I live on Union Street, and the house was built in 1833, and one whole corner got rotted one way or another. And so we had to do something because it was leaking into the basement. And they were able to rebuild using the old boards and going up, but that was different than trying to do the columns. So I don't know what you want to do. Anybody want to try
I will.
Okay.
I make a motion for an authentic replication as opposed to a restoration. So by that, I would mean that it's the same materials and methods, methods of joinery, and we would want that documented in advance by an as-built drawing of the columns and the porch area fascia and the porch.
Is that the general area you're coming forward? You don't think you'll be coming back to ask for more and more?
I don't believe so.
I'm good with that. Okay, so all those in favor of that,
Aye.
aye. Aye?
Johnny good?
You, Johnny, aye?
Yes, aye.
Okay, that's 3 aye and 1 sitting office.
You're gonna
Brother Irish,
abstain?
you got
Yes,
freedom
I
break?
do that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
You live in Dove Street?
No, I live in Tom Evers.
Okay, you're all
my
set.
office is up there.
Thank you.
My office is up there. Thank you.
That's all right.
Okay. Is Brooks not here? Anybody here for Brooks project? The fence?
It's actually, it's just really a gate.
Should we review it? Have you seen it?
Probably, yeah, I went out there, but there's only one other person that has a gate in the whole area, so we probably should discuss it with him.
With Brooke?
Yeah,
So hold.
yeah.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion to hold.
For representation. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Okay.
You're not.
All right. Nathan.
Steve?
Yes?
Did you? Oh,
I did. Welcome. Nathan, it's been a while since we've seen you.
I am Karen, his wife, and Nathan's been recovering from a medical issue, and by the end of the day, his speech is not stellar, so if you could please bear with us.
Sure.
So,
Welcome, Karen.
thank you. I am the note taker.
Good to see you. I heard you might have been a little under the
Yes.
weather.
Thank you.
Okay, so Sconset Advisory has the following to say. I guess this is individually significant. Dormer is oversized for scale of building. West, like proposed dormers. That was it.
What was that about the west?
West elevation, they say like proposed dormers.
Put a new agenda one today. We've got to get an updated agenda. It's killing me. What number? We just held that. Wait, can I see the, Mr. Chairman, can I see
The
yeah, I'm sorry. I was
Sconset Advisory?
a little distracted.
Okay.
Thank you.
West, like proposed dormers, east, oversized.
Oh, it was Nina Nana's house.
Oh.
It was who?
Nina.
Minor.
Nina Nana.
Huh.
She's Butler's mother-in-law.
Adorable.
Yeah.
That's her real name, Mina, M-I-N-A.
Do either of you have anything to comment on?
Nathan, you wanted
Short and sweet.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. You're just adding dormers to each side.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say that it is supposed to be contributing. Is that not?
That is correct.
It
says
it's not sweet. Go ahead.
Well, they just checked it as individually significant.
Which is supposed to be contributing.
Yeah, per the records, not that it matters in the scope of life, just the
Not that it's-
file said contributing.
Oh, it said contributing
Yeah.
as
Supposed to be.
opposed to individually
Yeah, we were just trying to
significant.
clarify that.
Got
Yes,
it,
just
got
for
it.
record keeping
Okay,
of-
all right, thank you.
Other than that,
Love that roof.
Yeah.
Okay,
the only thing I would like to say about the east dormer, if you're talking about its scale, we are trying to get a bathroom upstairs, and the only way to do that by code with the existing roof, main mass, is to lower part of the first floor ceiling to get barely to get 6'8", 3 feet across. And that's what you're seeing there. And so otherwise, we would not have the gable dormer introduced.
okay.
So with that, unless you have questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Nathan.
So the original door column blew away in 1910.
Porch.
Yeah.
And we have-
did you see the pictures?
We have some
I'm
photos,
sorry.
kind of
Look at this
before and
covered
after
porch
the front and the
railing.
side. This porch was outstanding.
Look at the railing detail. That's, I mean, the balustrade detail of the railing.
Oh, that's so crazy.
And Sarah found another folded
Oh, no.
from the south elevation on your right hand.
Or left
That was
hand.
not
this one.
That was not in the package, but it shows what it looked like.
You can see
Not
the
1900.
if I may, sorry. You can see the additions have kind of changed over the years, the roof configurations just from back then to
Definitely,
now.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
We've lost a back porch where they had an overhang in the back. That's gone. The front porch is obviously gone. Various warts and windows have been changed. So obviously during the course of history, there have been a lot of additions and things that have been
Okay.
blown away.
Okay, here, look, take a look at those guys. All right.
I don't have a concern with them, but the aesthetic is there.
Anybody ready to
I'm thinking.
Thinking?
I'm trying to come up with the more historic dormer solution for this structure.
As opposed to the gable piece.
As opposed to the three across the front.
Okay.
Exactly as they are. I'm not as concerned that there are dormers there. I'm just trying to contemplate what the historically appropriate dormer would look like.
I believe Scott is telling you, and there are taller dorms with double hung, but of course, we don't have that high a roof. So we're stuck with the shorter shed dormers.
And we did,
of course, try these out.
we did submit just the wild and varied dormers, and so you have that in your pack, but just huge variety of dormers, small, large, gable, any and all.
It was
out
in
there.
there.
I'll look through these quickly, Mr. Chairman, and pass them over to you.
Is there more than one copy of that?
Yeah, I submitted one, and it should be.
So like this is, so here where your, and your energy, I mean, it's existing buildings, so you don't have to worry about the energy code.
No.
But where your corner boards are, your window casings are like little things that might make a change, or cottage corners versus corner boards on the dormers.
Well, we're showing corner boards so far.
These are a little wider, so there's some shingle material. Yeah, and so
Again,
these are,
most of them, I believe, on that row down Broadway are corner boards.
so the back of the Broadway house is an example of maybe what I was thinking. Not necessarily the window proportions, but with the casings is the corner boards.
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys have those?
So he's referring to liking that one, the flat back.
Yeah, see, basically what they do here is, that's the corner board right there.
Mm-hmm.
And the sash just sits right inside.
Mm-hmm.
So what that would mean is on the inside, you wouldn't have your return, your side casing.
I would just say that's less typical than the other.
You mean having the casing?
I think so.
Kind of like this. So the
Don't
casing
mind
and the
that.
corner board are the same.
Yeah.
And there's another one further back.
So, Stephen, your only concern is
the finishing.
I shouldn't say your only concern. I'm asking. One concern is that you have a casing within a corner board, a window casing.
It's a proportion of the dormer trim and
To the
window
glass.
trim to the glass, the dormer size, and the structure. And I think eliminating the, making the window casing, side casing, and corner board the same element, design element, solves that concern, and it does it in a way that's replicated in other areas around Sconset in these kind of era cottages.
Like
So-
this.
Yeah, kind of like this one. There's one more back here.
So to follow from that, are you suggesting making the dormers narrower to eliminate the casing, or making the window larger to fit within between the two corner boards? Or does it matter to you?
I almost would kind of split the difference, I think, with respect to proportions, but I don't, other than that, I don't think it's a concern.
I think it's yeah, I don't mind what he's talking about, is that we don't have any strip of shingling on either side of the window before you get to the corner board.
There's no shingle.
Right.
I mean, right now, the difference between what's drawn and what Stephen is talking about is you have a corner board and a casing right next to each other, no shingle.
Right.
And so Stephen's talking about the photograph there where literally the sash goes right up to the corner board.
I understand that,
Okay.
and I think that there are some old houses that have that very similar look. The other thing I was wondering about was we've lost the chimney.
Thanks for bringing. It's the newer chimney of Portland cement. So it's probably from the 40s or 50s. The older one is still there. And it's also, we would have to raise it to introduce it on the east dormer. It would have to be raised.
Second concern?
Well, I want to get back to one thing you just said about the head casing. So, Steve, if you look at the side of that dormer, unless he used like 2x4 rafters, he's going to need to have that space above the window.
So,
see what I'm saying?
Right. So if he used a rim board header, he would be able to terminate into that with joist hangers on the rafter side. He could, I mean, literally, you could use 2x4 on this if you had to. There's no structural load. I mean, you do 12-inch on center and you carry your snow load. And you'll get away from your energy code issues by
the fact that it's an old house.
And it's an old house, and even if it wasn't, it's less than a certain amount of square feet.
Right.
I'm not saying it's the only solution. I just think what you would end up getting, Nathan, is slightly larger windows, a little wider and a little taller, and it would be more of a historic look, is all I'm suggesting.
There's another
More
one.
glass. Yeah.
Right? I think that's a nice looking. This is at 7 elbow. That is,
And then the comment on the rear dormer is I think that needs to, I agree with H-Sub, is that the scale of the rear dormer, and looking at your floor plan, I think it would work with your program. I mean, you're not going to have as large a bathroom up there, but if you were to make this bathroom shallower, so closer to the ridge by, say, a foot, you would decrease the amount of wall that's shown, or that would be shingled. Because it would go off the roof pitch. And I think that little bit is where is throwing off the proportion aesthetically, in my opinion.
If I did that, if I may, it would mean the bathroom is now 6 feet instead of 8 feet wide. And the reason we changed it was so that it would not look like a too thin mass, and we let the roof come down below the eaves to make it look so that it's not equal.
I agree with you, Nathan, but I didn't make myself clear. I'm sorry. What I'm suggesting is not the width, but the depth. If you were to bring this in a little bit more,
make the sink a little bit narrower.
I'm sorry, saying, although I can stand in front of the sleep sink and the toilet, I can't stand in front of the showers. The shower has to remain where it is for head height.
No. Okay. So, what Stephen is suggesting is taking this whole thing and cutting it back like this.
Yes.
Like there's the shower, just everything moves over like this.
Oh, to lose a foot.
Yeah, because so even a foot.
we could do that.
Look, because here's what happens. It all makes sense. So if you look at the side elevation. See,
and then this.
He raises a good point. Okay.
I could lose it.
Okay, so watch this. So, see how much space you have right there? From there to there?
Mm-hmm.
If you pulled it a little bit back on the roof, that's going to go up like that.
Correct.
That's it.
About 1.5 feet is all I get. Yes.
I think a foot's fine.
I could.
So, hey.
I got another idea.
Okay.
What if you put, this is just so you can keep it the same size, and I'm just thinking, like a little shed roof porch in front of it, that would do the same thing to mitigate.
You would get to the same place, yeah.
Right, and you would keep your depth of your bathroom the same.
Do you happen to not get the HD, don't have the client's permission, but it's a good idea.
Just throw it out.
But I think either one is a good solution.
Thank you.
Diane, anything further?
no, I just,
I think he's gonna work on some revisions.
yeah, with these some revisions, I think the corbelling of the brick chimney is magnificent.
Good.
The corbelling at the
yes.
top of the brick chimney is wonderful.
Okay.
I'm glad that it's there. And you're not gonna replace that chimney that you had to take down, the cement chimney.
That's not being reused,
Okay.
Pictures?
and it is modern.
John's got some comments.
We're keeping the older one,
Thank you.
which
Very
is
good.
also not the original. But are you okay with removing that one chimney?
Yeah, if
Okay.
it's not being reused and
It's not.
made out of
It's
cement
gone.
and stuff, I can.
These
I'll
houses
live
are
with
so
it.
small.
Yeah, they are.
The fact that you can even fit anything there is a miracle.
Before we leave, is there condensed? Oh, John.
But they're.
He's got a comment on the dormers, I think. Just so you know.
Anything, John?
John, you know what this is?
Okay.
Hey, John?
Yes.
He's gonna be making some revisions for us anyway.
Okay, I still have a comment.
Go ahead.
If your truck, I've seen this, I think these are deplorable for that style of building. All right, if you can get 3/3s up there for the change in your dormers, bring your dormers forward, flush, similar to that. You know, if it's a possibility, because you got short dormers here, right here. Here. There's nothing you can't do with wood.
The only thing is, my slope would need to be 3 or 3.5 and 12.
Which is fine
I
on
know.
old houses.
Fine with me.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine with me.
Okay.
But I would just bring in an option. So
Okay.
you
Yeah.
do the original discussion and then something forward dormers, so that we don't keep sending you back to the drawing board.
Correct.
Good. And the 2x4s are okay.
Or 2x6, whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
2x6 is what's there now.
Because
So.
we'll write you a thing for the energy.
Okay, and I'm sorry, so John, you're saying a 3/3?
If you can fit a 3/3, it might,
See the pictures?
it takes away
Windows
from
that
that,
open out,
more from
Steve?
this way than this way.
So,
Yeah.
for
And these
flush.
are poppers
Flush.
opening in. Does he
If you
realize
bring them
that?
forward, right here, all right?
Either have a 6/6.
No, you have to go up to do that.
I showed
You gotta have
Then a longer, short line.
the setback, you know?
Okay.
Hey,
Check with your engineer. You might have to use actual 4-inch rough hewn and not a 2x4. But double check, but you're in that area.
Okay.
hey,
Okay.
John,
That bother you?
No, that was for you.
They're still coming in Thursday.
Vale's got a comment.
the windows are hoppers. They tilt in.
Windows are hoppers?
That's what it says.
There are some out there in that street.
You know, he's fine with
Yeah,
hoppers.
they.
Oh, you are?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Tilt inward, right?
They tilt in,
Well,
it's fine.
In this case, they would be. They are shown as awnings.
They tilt inwards from the top.
Awning is out. They could
Hopper. He likes hoppers.
Okay, hopper it is.
But they don't have to be hoppers if they get up 3/3.
I just need to get the consensus about what 3/3 flush or not. Is it flush or is it set back?
Well, I have to see about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say do an option.
Okay.
Yeah. But don't worry about the 4 and 12.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Motion to hold for some minor
Sorry.
revisions.
I'm sorry. And
Okay.
Nathan, thank you for the work. You put a lot of thought into it.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Thank
It made it a lot easier for us.
Okay,
Thanks for saying that.
did somebody make a motion for some
Appreciate it.
revisions?
I
Okay, all those in favor of Val's motion for some
Aye.
revisions? Aye. Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, good night.
Thank you, hope you feel better.
Yes.
Thank
Okay, Matt?
8 o'clock.
Okay, it's 8 o'clock.
Oh, sorry.
Too many fence discussion.
No, I don't know about too many.
We still have somebody, Linda Grove, 26 Main Street, as built fences.
Very good. How are you?
Welcome, Matt.
As
Hey, guys,
fences.
take one look at this. This is a demo move off. Look at the building. And, okay?
Individually
Can we?
significant.
All right. Can I have a motion on this?
I would make a motion to approve as a move off or demo.
Thank you.
That's
Hey,
The
off
owners,
the agenda.
all right, we have a
That's
building,
already-
I just want to make sure.
13 after
No, this is Brian
Fogarty.
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 Brian,
Fogarty.
Yeah,
Brian, you
we're-
got the old agenda.
We're at 1 Wall Street right now.
yeah.
Nobody officially followed
Here,
through
John.
on my motion.
Big hand is not,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
I'm hearing
I
the note.
can't sign it until I hear aye.
Aye.
The motion is to approve the demo move off of this 1980s, maybe even 1990s building on Wall Street. All those in favor of Val's motion? Aye.
Did you have a new agenda?
36 Low Beach.
Great.
It got moved up. You gotta get a new agenda when you come in.
No, it's what, so
You're killing me.
It's tricky.
Oh, this is the new one for him?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
magic run.
I'll refer you to the updated agenda in
Yes.
future moments.
Okay, Sconset Advisory has no concerns with this new guest house. It's petite.
It's petite. Give you a brief description, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. So the main house was recently approved.
We just approved the pool.
Yep, the pool, and then this is the guest house. All the window style, trim details, colors all match. Tried to keep it under 25 feet. We're under 24. North.
North is the elevation that faces the street?
Yes.
So the front door faces the street?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Did we have this? This was on a view?
Yep.
Okay.
It was because of the location.
Right, up close to the street.
Did I read Sconset Advisory on this?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a very charming design. Matt, you're gonna have to kick up your overhangs a little bit when the new energy code kicks in.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think you're gonna be good.
September 19th, right?
Energy.
Wow, it passed at town meeting.
Oh, it's not till September 19th?
Think so.
I wish we could do it like January 1st.
Yeah.
We only have a few more weeks
Oh.
and you need a HERS grader.
I'm not doing it yet.
It's gonna cost us more money.
Anything on this?
No,
No?
motion to approve
Okay.
as
John, I don't think you signed that one.
submitted.
Okay.
All in favor of my motion?
Aye.
Wait, hang on, I want to make sure there's no discussion on the motion. John, are you okay with the guest house? That's on this same piece of property.
Yeah, you got two O'Brien's here.
2 applications, that's right. So one we just approved, that was the demo of the house that sat on the lot. Am I saying that?
On a different
Am I
part of
saying
the
that?
island. Cisco.
Oh, no, that's right, that was Fogarty, Brian Fogarty. Yeah, and then, now this is Low Beach Road. Okay.
Yes, yes, I have it.
Okay.
I thought so. Somebody sent me an email today.
So we have a motion
John,
on the floor
hang
to
on.
approve.
John has a comment on the motion. Yes. Go ahead.
The meeting here don't line up.
You know, I noticed that.
Huh?
I noticed that.
No, you didn't say anything.
Correct.
Shot right by you.
Nope, I just didn't say anything.
Yeah, I can, yeah. I've already just increased the height a little bit, but I'm still under, you know.
25, right?
Yeah, I'm actually 23 and change right now, I think. I can't read that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can you just raise the dormer height?
Yeah.
The,
Yeah, your connection at the ridge. And
raise the window.
Raise your.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, John, can we do that through staff?
Sure.
All right, he's gonna raise up the dormer so the window lines up. Can you modify your motion, Val?
Yeah.
Thank you. So Val has made a motion to approve this, raising the dormer so that the meeting rail aligns with the eave. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, John Wraith, Easy Street, some deck alterations, these should be simple.
Hope so.
Hope so.
As simple as a fence.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't curse me.
Oh. Okay.
We're just mirrors now.
Yep, I get it.
Okay. HSAB says, no, there's a reason why it was approved the way it is. Deck's nicely proportioned now. Okay, so what are you doing?
So, you're familiar with the structure. It was built about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's actually 2 separate units on the second floor. It's pretty much split down the middle. The second unit sold and was purchased by the person who bought the first one. And so they're hoping to connect the decks.
I see.
Connect the decks.
Oh.
So one other thing, if I could, Mr. Chair, too, is, you know, the further back we put the connector piece, the less visible the shingle portion becomes, if that helps. But the intent here is they're both going to be occupied by the same family. They're going to connect them interior on the second floor, so we're just hoping to connect the decks.
How far out? Excuse me, sorry. How wide is your connector piece now?
You know, I don't have a dimension on that, but I would have to say it's probably around 7 feet, somewhere in that range.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, make it much narrower.
And then that shingle will ride up higher and.
Kind of almost disappear.
The roof shingle will ride up higher, and then you'll just barely see a little parapet. So what's our magic number? If that's,
Matt has to determine.
if I have consensus on that.
If you want, I can just go back and study it based on your comments to try and minimize as much as possible, and then come back with an option.
That's all they want.
That works.
You want that?
Can I just throw something out there?
Go.
Now, I don't know, if you look at your, okay, yeah, I would work with your connector. Can I see this one? If you look at your east elevation, your roof was, your covered porch roof is a 412?
Might be a little bit steeper than that, but in that range.
Okay. So the other thing might be that, and I don't know if you want to deal with this or not, but if we really didn't want to see a connector piece there,
yeah.
If you, there's nothing, because these are within the deck area.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got
You could raise your pitch, and this could be like a false, behind it could be the roof with a
Isn't
connector.
that built?
Yeah.
Oh, forget it.
Yeah.
The roof is already
Could
on.
overframe it.
Forget it.
It might look
No.
weird. I'll push it back.
Forget
and
I
see
even
what's
said
helpful.
it.
Yeah.
Forget I even said it. I'm just thinking because it is where it is, if we could make it look like a roof. You just
No,
don't
I mean,
realize
it's a great idea.
But I didn't realize it was already built.
I think
I could look
kind
at
of
it too, because I
onerous.
could maybe overframe it. I mean, with the shingles off.
Why don't you take a look at it?
Yeah. All right, that feedback's helpful.
Okay, so are we holding this for some revisions?
Motion to hold for minor revisions.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Howard Court.
So this is funny because didn't Brooke come in for this house?
I remember him coming in
Last
for
week,
something on
It
Howard.
was to Howard.
Oh, was to?
The house they wanted to add a third floor?
Second floor, I think.
No,
It's a hip roof now.
It
No.
was a garage with an apartment, now it's adding a third level.
I can provide some background, Mr. Chair. So the property was one lot and it was subdivided under the 81L. And so I think that this actually is now, I believe it's actually, this one is actually now called 4 Howard, which I just found out last week. So, but that
clears it up.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I saw 2 of them.
So this is.
Because I see them doesn't mean I gotta say something. It's got nothing to do with politicians. It's got to do with how you.
I can give a brief description of what we're doing, Mr. Chair, if that works.
Everybody listen up.
Okay, so this is an existing one-story cottage. The owners are looking to purchase it, and they're not looking to demolish it necessarily. The floor is in rough shape. They're going to have to do a lot of reconstructive work here because there's a lot of mold. There's a lot of water damage. There's no rat slab in the crawl space. So, but the intent here is to maintain as much of the character of the structure. Certainly, the size, dimension, roof pitch details that are there now. There is that existing barn door in the south elevation. I would say the facade of the structure actually is the east elevation. The location of the property is kind of interesting. If you looked at the other dwelling that's on 2 Howard Court, you'll know it's a private way. It's a way. It's kind of not necessarily a street. It's almost like a dead end street. So it's not a very heavily.
Matthew?
Yep. Just kind of.
Yeah. I didn't say that, but let me read ASAP because I think that they hit the nail on the head here.
Mm-hmm.
No concerns, appreciate sensitivity, and going with 1930s look. Does anybody have any objections to this proposal?
I have one comment. I have 2 comments. One is, Matthew, thank you. It is historically sensitive and accurate, in my opinion. And the only thing I would suggest perhaps is that you take another look at your lattice on your crossway. I think a more simplified, even if it's a cross,
The front faces the back.
just 2 elements, a vertical and horizontal, or something along those. Something more simplified is really where I think it's a super minor. I mean, this is like we're at Master Chef Kitchen and we're like picking through the, whether you put in a grain of salt too much.
Should use that black sea salt.
Hey,
Okay. Anyone else?
No.
Anything?
Are they removing the chimney? Or putting one in?
I think
Putting one in.
They're adding the chimney, John.
This is the middle.
Right.
You're on your window.
But everything
These and
one
these.
story.
Yeah,
Two.
it's nice.
2.
These people used to live on, I think, India Street.
Can you
didn't
mean?
They
You
still
mean
do.
3 over 3s where they are on the sheet?
John, you're not going to see them.
I was up there to see
I don't mind changing those to double hungs.
Did you guys hear that?
I can make those double hungs, John, on the north.
On the north.
So it could be a 3 over 3.
Yep. Okay, good. Anything else, John?
I'm just saying that that's one.
Well, he's going to change this for you.
Right, I'm just saying it's 2. The D's are awning and the C's are awning. And then you go back here and look and you got a D, 1, 2.
This is existing.
These are existing, okay. C windows.
Well, the C windows, he's already said he would change to 3 over 3 double.
Husband goes there, uses it as his office.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
All
I
right.
think it ought to be.
So, John, he's going to change those C windows to 3 over 3 double hung. Okay? And the lattice, why don't we just do a regular, our usual square lattice? regular square lattice on that little pergola or the?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to change it. I mean, I'm just pointing it out, like,
You're
literally.
talking about the cross stuff?
No. I'm just saying.
You have like this sort of vertically formatted lattice here.
And it's a little involved, that's all.
Should I, like, is the spacing? 'Cause I can make-
that's all.
Just go square.
I can go square.
Square.
That would make it simple. Okay, can somebody give me a motion on this?
6-6.
We never got asked on the thing, what do you want the motion to say?
Oh, well, if you want to include something, so the things that we have so far is John would like to have the C windows go to double hung, which would mean 3/3 double hung. That's the C windows. And the lattice would just be square rather than rectangular lattice. And if there's anything else you guys
No, that's all
find objectionable, you should let Matthew know.
Nope, let's move it along.
So a
Okay.
motion to approve through staff with the C windows changed to double hung of proportionate size and the lattice, square, pattern of whatever dimensions. Mac.
And our normal lattice size.
I mean, we're definitely not looking for a 1x1.
Gotcha.
Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Okay, 52, we'll
Credit the clients for the sensitivity part.
Really
It was
great
very
job.
important
Yeah.
for them, so.
You wanted them to knock it down?
Yeah, I was like, go 3 stories, 2.5 stories.
When I first got out of college and I came back, I worked for Bob Ethel. Do you
Mhm.
guys remember Bob?
With the pig.
Very
Yeah.
He had a big pig.
And we were, that was one of the first houses I ever worked on, the one on Indian Street.
Really?
Their house, yeah, they were nice.
They're super nice. Should I go, Mr. Chair? This is pretty straightforward.
They bought the old Indian
Yeah,
house.
go.
So these are just minor window changes. We're going to minimize the amount of windows. It's a garage, so we're trying to open up some more storage space in the walls. So you just look at the comparative elevations of the previously approved. It's going from 2 to 1 on the west and east windows.
Yeah.
It got bigger,
Oh, and it got bigger. Sorry.
4 feet.
Yep.
Oh, that's what those, yeah, I see, okay.
So I'm trying to remember, Matt, is this the house, this is behind the house?
Yeah.
Or is it up higher than the house?
It's behind the house. It's at the same elevation as the house. But it's, if you look at this site plan, you can see Eel Point Road. It's
I'm
like,
trying to remember though, because you did 2 out there, right?
there's,
On Eel Point?
This is not the house I thought it was.
yeah. It's the one that's up on the hill.
This is the overlook.
Yep. It's
This
the
is the
glaciers.
one
It's the
that
glacier's
was,
fault.
Bill Haddon's?
No.
Oh.
No.
McKechern's Coastal Resiliency Design Firm.
Yeah. Mess with Mother Nature.
Investing in future waterfront property.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
does
like
that mean it gets taller?
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
I mean, if it goes just by nature of being wider, we kept the same pitch.
well, that.
Actually, you know what?
So my only concern
Val,
was
actually, you know
I
what?
can't remember which house.
I don't think it does, and I think
You
we
made
worked
your-
on that on
you made your
purpose.
eaves lower.
We made our eaves lower because we didn't want to make it higher.
Yes.
Yeah, see, if you look at the north elevation previously approved, you see that the eave is like right up around the height of, how do I describe this? So, not the rake overhang, but the actual, where the freeze board is like halfway, looks to be the same, actually.
I think we made it lower. We talked about it in the office. We didn't want to make it higher.
I think you changed the pitch.
12, 10 and a half.
It looks like a 12, 12, and now it's a 12,
It
10
is
and a half.
12 now.
If we made it taller, we would have clouded the dimension string because I know we definitely did talk about this. We didn't want to make it taller. I can't read the reduction here. Is what, 22?
It's hard because there's too many moving parts. Those brackets have moved in, so I can't really have that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But look, guys, it's 24 feet high. now.
Yeah, right,
This is the
but do you remember the house that's next to it? That's where I'm drawing a blank. Was
No.
this the house that we?
No,
Oh, you mean the
That's the one I thought
that
it was
was
too.
very controversial?
Yeah.
No, that's up, I think that's up next. Right?
is that code for I made us think about the height?
It took a while to get through.
That's not 28.
It is 28.
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah. But that's further
All right,
down the street.
everybody,
I think there's a motion to approve it submitted.
there is? Who made that motion?
Johnny?
Okay.
Holy moly.
All right then, so all those in favor of John's motion to approve as submitted? Aye. Aye. Okay, now to the controversial ones.
Thank you.
Tracks.
Oh, excuse me.
What's up with this?
Yeah, this is it.
So,
Yeah, this is definitely it.
is that the main dwelling?
Revisions windows is what it says.
So it's probably easier to go to A2.1. These are, so I'll just go through the revisions. So on the dormer on the second floor, we changed the fenestration to, we actually omitted a window.
The little one in between,
Mm-hmm.
which made the dormer narrower.
Yep.
Okay.
The railing.
You opened it up more.
Let's open it up a little bit more. It's just getting a little claustrophobic.
Okay.
There is the garage and the guest house. I'm sorry, the garage and the main house. We're trying to connect, just do a covered roof to connect the two so that you can walk from one to the other if it's raining out, because I think they're going to be going back and forth there quite a bit. And so we're really trying to get the houses placed. We got everything placed, so we're looking to connect them with that small roof system. On A2.2, on the rear elevation, I felt that rear gambrel roof with no fenestration in it, when we looked at the 3D renderings, just looked weird without windows, so we added those two windows. We wanted to change the chimney in the back from brick to stone. We didn't, the software actually has a default rendering style for stone, but it's not exactly the stone we want to use. So I think I don't know if we submitted a sample, a stone sample in the packet. If not, I can certainly get you one.
You have retainage on the site.
Yes.
And what, do you recall what it was?
I believe, I want to say it's that green granite. I think Mirko was just in here for another project.
She was, yeah.
And I really like that. I think that's exactly what she's using, so that's what I'd like to use. I mean, the visibility of the chimney on the back is minimal. And then finally, on the east elevation, we were going to go from two windows to a single window. It's in the kitchen, and we just going to go with a single window and put the sink there. So those are changes. I know the board's tired of this house. We try to accumulate our revisions so that we're not in here successive times. So that's it, Mr. Chair.
John.
Thank you.
What are the D window
The D windows.
on the south elevation?
Already approved.
Are they bubbled, John?
They are bubbled.
Yeah, upper right.
I believe those
They're
are
fixed floor light.
They're
D
fixed.
windows are fixed floor light. Okay. Anything else, Jim? Anything else? Stephen?
Matt, no, I think the south elevation of fenestration isn't going to be really visible except for perhaps the second floor from some angle obscure from somewhere maybe. And I appreciate the changes on the north elevation with respect to the kind of thinning up that dormer. And I think that that's an improvement actually. And the connector is what it is. I don't have a concern with it.
Okay.
I didn't notice anywhere where the elevation had been lowered. Was that something you were gonna mention or?
Did we lower it? No. But we do have it called out, right? You see it on elevation tags. We did put it on the approval.
Oh, on the approval?
Oh, and this.
I
And
didn't
all.
see it on the site plan.
We put it on the elevations. If you look at the elevations, it says like elevation 42.
It does.
Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
So there could be no.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah, no. That was part of the approval, actually, or your suggestion.
Make it.
You good?
I'm good, thank you.
Diane?
I appreciate the lightening up of the decks on the second floor, particularly on that north elevation. I think that it looks better than the other. The cut through to the next building is all that stuff down on the west elevation to the left. And it's just a roof.
It's just a roof.
A little porch roof.
Just so that in the rain,
Breezeway.
it's going to be in and out of there. You're going to put like bike storage.
Things are for the tunnel that connects it.
Oh, there's no tunnel.
And the rest of the stuff has been approved, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how everybody feels about it. I think it's sort of funny, but I don't know whether it will come up when you view it from the street or coming up, whether it will show as being sort of awkward.
The breezeway?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty minimal.
I'll go. I actually think
Well,
that.
sorry. Was that your one concern?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the major thing.
Okay. Now you can go, Val.
The connector is unnecessary. This building is very complicated on a big open expanse that can be seen from everywhere, especially from the west and east, I think. I don't think it's necessary. And the dormer in the front, I like that you reduced it to less windows, but now the windows are kittywampus. Before they were lined up over your windows below, and now the left window is not. The stuff in the back, I don't really have much to say about, but I don't think to make this house read like one more giant mass is necessary. The space is important to keep between the two structures.
Excuse me. Thank you. So, Val, I agree in concept with this idea of the alignment of those windows on the second floor dormer with the ones on the first floor. I think because the first floor windows are under a porch,
Might not be
that's
readable.
going to basically reduce your ability to be able to tell that they're aligned or not aligned. And I actually like the idea that the dormer has gotten smaller, because in the previous approved version, the dormer almost occupied the entire space between those two. So, you know, you get a positive with a negative. And my view of the breezeway connector is, where are you in the process of construction with this thing?
They haven't dug the hole yet.
So how about we keep that off the table until the two structures are in place, at least framed.
Sure.
Then we'd have a much better sense of the visibility or lack thereof of the breezeway, because we'd have the other pieces in place. So I'd feel very comfortable approving everything except the breezeway. And then we'll, you know, we'll come back when the building's framed and we'll see how it looks. Does that sound all right?
Mr. Chair, on that point, I had another, would a pergola be?
I think it's the concept of the,
structure
you know,
there,
yeah.
connecting it
Actually
makes it
prefer
just
the
seem more ginormous than it already is.
But, so let's, can somebody give me a motion and we'll see what happens?
Motion for what? small additions?
Well, I think we can,
Or do you want
I'd be willing
approve
to
the staff?
approve it without the breezeway.
Okay,
Everything except the breezeway. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Proof is submitted subject to removal of the breezeway from the drawings.
Not necessarily, usually it's not approved at this time, because what you're saying could imply that it's never gonna be.
right.
Yeah.
This is
I
sort of
don't
a,
mind.
But if we don't approve something, don't we have to give a reason for it?
no, just at this time.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
When you deny it, down the road.
Denied, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to say that earlier.
You need to- Then you'll need the reason.
So what is it? It's approved without the breezeway
Motion
connector?
approved
Yeah.
without the breezeway connector at this time.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Sounds good. All those in favor of Terry's motion?
Aye.
I mean Val's motion. Aye. Good, okay. Now we have a garage thing. All right, we're starting to run down
Oh,
here.
what?
I can hold mine because Kent's been sitting here
Yes.
for a long time.
And so,
How cordial we are.
you all right?
Are you guys being?
We're
Just
gonna
when
get
we
to
thought
you.
it was safe, they come through the door. We may not get to you though.
Yeah. Let's see.
Just saying.
Are you gonna meet Thursday, you think?
Yeah, I guess
I'm not around,
kind of think.
unfortunately, sorry.
I am around.
Thursday? You're not gonna
We're
be
gonna go
around?
Thursday.
I'm
Let's get
gonna,
out of here
I'm
now.
gonna be here Thursday, but there's a couple of other business things that we absolutely have to take care of. So, why don't we finish with Matt? Everything else, actually, should we take Kent?
Yeah.
Oh, Kent, did you just tell me that you can't be here Thursday?
I cannot be here Thursday.
All right, so let's go really quickly through Matt's two remaining, do Kent, and then we'll do the two other business items that we need to take care of. And everything else will go to Thursday. So my apologies to anybody that just arrived. Okay?
Good. Is that 1 o'clock on Thursday?
One, yeah.
Let's
You
jump-
know over there, Chip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's jump right into it. That's okay, Mr. Chair.
yeah, please do.
So basically, the doors on the garage doors on A2.1, they were outswing doors, and we're looking to match the same style, but they would be overhead doors. We referenced the connector piece. We changed the fenestration on the east elevation on the second floor. We had 5 windows, and we reduced it to 3. And working with the landscape architect, we shifted over there was originally a double set of French doors and a window to the left side of the east elevation, because the natural topography essentially does pretty much what these lines show. Mirka's got a planting plan to screen it. We're sliding that double French door over. So those are the changes.
Comments? Obviously, the first comment is that because we struck it from the main house, we'll strike it from this too, reference to the breezeway.
I think everything else is appropriate.
Okay.
The reduction in windows is a win-win. And
Like, yeah.
the doors are fine.
Fine, you never get up close enough to be able to tell, and we approve them all the time that way anyway. Diane?
I think that it's good that little, how tall is it all together? Are we under the 24 feet?
You
go from
are from the grade at the
driveway
garage
side.
doors. You're 24 feet.
2311.
Okay, but it doesn't count what's down below, right?
It does count to the overall height calculation, which we're well
Right.
under.
And we're going to out that, so I think that it's good and fits in there.
Okay, thanks. Stephen?
Just one question. I have no concerns with what's been proposed. Subject to the addressing the connector, the breezeway. The north elevation, Matt, I just have a question for you. Maybe I'm just missing it, but I don't recall there being curved railings. Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is on
Forget it. No other comments.
Okay. John?
Yes. My own comment is that the east elevation is the basement window.
What were those other windows? See, John, he had 5 windows in that dormer before. Now there's 3.
Right. There's 5 there before.
Right. And both of them appear to have been awnings.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Other than that, no comment.
Okay. Can somebody give me a motion that would at least include the removal of the pergola bit for the breezeway?
I don't want to say now. Motion to approve, minus the, connector thing.
Thank you.
At this time.
At this time.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Ancillary structure.
There's not enough structures here.
Yeah.
Have more.
Stephen,
More so we can fill.
which was your time?
Harry, thank you.
Vineyard Wayne executive session thing.
Thank you, John.
Have fun now.
All right.
Yeah.
Now the fun
Give everything
begins.
away.
Break out the party hats.
So I'll go really quickly. On the site plan, you'll notice where the structure is. This is essentially an outdoor kitchen. We had previously approved basically a guest house with an attached built-in kitchen, and we've elected to not do that. And it's placed.
Oh, you mean that footprint that we were looking at there? That was a larger building?
That was a 1-bedroom with a built-in kitchen, et cetera, and so we've actually scrapped that.
It seems like it should have a Buddha sitting.
I know. Chinese.
What I was thinking.
Yeah.
Is where this sits on the site lower than the main house or up where the main house is?
It's up
Right, level.
I then have a struggle with this until that building is framed. It's, I think, again, too much. We're taking, we're taking away the connector between the garage and the house.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I mean, just for the record, I don't have as much of a concern with it in that regard, but I just would be concerned about visibility because it definitely, the skirting on this with the open face is definitely, it's atypical.
It is atypical.
Now, you may only see the roof, so that's my concern.
One thing I would point out is that the structure that was previously approved was like twice the height of this and like
But
4 or
it's
5
not
times
an
the size.
anomaly. This is an anomaly. It's like a tiki hut.
I mean, the idea is that it's maintaining, it's carrying all the architectural details from the main house to this. So I guess the question is, in terms of size and scale, I don't feel like it.
It's not that.
So is it more about detail?
Yeah.
Can it move down by the pool, away from being on the hill?
Close to the house. I'll see if we can't move it closer.
Yeah. For me, it's whether it's going to be visible or not, the lower portion.
Yeah, so, you could make efforts, if you needed it approved now, you could make efforts to make it less visible or lower down, or do the same thing we do on the breezeway, which is basically wait until we have the site more developed.
Is the roof, I guess if the roof is the biggest issue there, right?
It's the fact that you have this sort of heavy roof with 4 columns, I believe it's 4 columns, and then a parapet wall. I mean, it really, it's reading very Asian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that I dislike Asian architecture, I love it, but,
Okay. We'll take that under advisement and see what we can do to make it less
sometimes when you distill down elements, they're still strong and it's too concentrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay,
Like
so should
orange
we
juice
hold for some
concentrate.
revisions on this one?
Yeah, I would suggest the whole
Yeah.
revision.
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor of Stephen's motion to hold for some revisions?
Aye.
Okay.
And
Thank
then
you, Matt.
I think I got
You're
one.
dismissed.
Don't I have one more?
What?
Don't I have one more?
No.
You sure?
Sorry, bud.
The cabana? No?
I think it was approved on consent.
Oh, awesome. Huh.
Wait a minute. We gotta pull that one back out.
Yeah.
You got two on consent.
Yeah, I did. I'm
Matt.
sorry. Now that say that.
77 Pocono and
I
28.
appreciate that.
Field
Thank you for your time.
All right. See ya.
Sorry.
Okay, Kent. So,
Thank you, Val. Matt, this was that email, was it September 19th?
You know what? I couldn't log into the network.
It's no worry. I'll ask her. Hi. Hey, Kent. How are you?
there's a few comments here, so why doesn't everybody open up to their elevations so that this will make sense when I read it?
It's helpful to have the existing to look at next to it.
That's a suggestion, right? Because I don't
Well,
see
there's
it.
one copy,
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
but I don't know how you're gonna see it.
All right, so let's walk through this. This is sconset advisory. Let's start on the north elevation. So north elevation, it says, it says, is gable window 2/2 or 6/6? And I can certainly understand why they're asking that question.
Yeah, there's a print
You want
error.
this?
Hey, Vanna.
That was a 2/2.
It should be 2/2. Okay. 2/2. All right, that was north. East elevation. Gable double windows should remain 1/1, 2/2. Makes glass too long. Question balcony. I think they're saying, should there be a balcony on the east elevation? See that little balcony? Let's see. Double window should remain 1/1. Oh, okay. So the very tall windows, they're saying should be 1/1s because they're so skinny. They're the J windows.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that was that. West elevation says door number 1 does not exist. Okay. Is it a 6 light? I don't think they meant that.
The door number 1 is the existing front door. This is one of the. Wait, do you want me to?
I'm just gonna let me just round up.
Finish.
Let me. I only have one other thing to say on this. It says highly visible on shell, which I believe is the west elevation. That's it for Wisconsin advisory. Okay, so there's one copy. Is there anything that you wanted to say, Ken?
You want to look at this?
Well, I got it.
I do want
Just for clarification, the number 1 door is the existing door from the north elevation that we're moving now. This is one of the Wade cottages, and it's under agreement, and the shell driveway, so to speak, to the Wade cottages won't be usable for this the buyer. So we're moving the front door to the actual front of the street.
Okay.
And we want to reuse the existing door that is on the existing north elevation. It's tucked underneath the porch.
Okay.
We're filling that porch in, making that living space. We're adding 4 feet to one side, 5 feet to another side. I did look at, elements in Sconset. The owner made a request today, as a matter of fact, to mention it to the board. The neighbor next door has 6/1 windows and wanted to know what the board thought of, changing the windows to 6/1s. With the exception of the diamond windows that we located in a few spots. The south elevation is similar to the Wade cottage, the back of the Wade cottage that is across the shell driveway of the Wade cottage's driveway from this building. That south edge elevation, although it's visible from the street, it's sheltered by some trees, and it's typical in Sconset when you're right up against the property line to have those, 1.5 story elevations. So I don't think it's atypical for Old Sconset. And if you go further down the old Shell Street, you'll see how the only place they had to go was up, and these facades are pretty common in that area.
This house is when you go in the driveway, and the big house is straight ahead.
The big house is straight ahead. This is to your right.
To your right, and then
The one on the left has been renovated a little
yeah,
bit.
and then there's the garage over there. It's still there, the garage.
I think it's another car. Yeah, there is a garage.
Yeah.
Further down the end.
So
I did bring. There are some existing photos.
Yeah, it's easier if we have those to compare to.
And I'm actually going to ask for a view.
Okay.
Just so you know.
View, I'd love to see photographs.
Well, here,
because,
there's one.
I feel like this is
the south.
Complicated.
The south. It is a little complicated.
And what would really help is if you had those in a smaller size next to.
A lot of times we'll do an 1/8 scale of the existing 4 elevations across.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, just so you
I
know.
was going by the guidelines, but yeah.
You could do that. We'll have an existing, because otherwise we got to pass that around. And it's,
if you need pictures,
You can go to the floor plans, and I did put the existing floor plans above the existing, above the proposed floor plans.
That's helpful, but.
So it could tell you what we're kind of doing. We're bumping it out 5 feet on one side and 4 feet on the other.
of the photographs, do you want old photographs of what it originally looked like?
I had some existing.
Yeah, what's the age of this? There's nothing
The
on
center
that.
part of
says
the house is
contributing.
pretty
Yeah,
old.
so we need to know some history.
Do you know Peggy Lubin on Newtown Road?
I do not.
Well, I will call her. She is the Green's sister,
Mm-hmm.
and she lives on Newtown Road, and she's a little.
Oh, down on the corner of Lewis Court.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's a little infirm, but she was one of the first people that we ever knew in 1965.
Judging from the construction of the house, I would say it's late 40s.
Yeah, 'cause
construction.
it was all
50s.
there in
50s
65.
construction. There's still.
Because they owned, or the other cousin owned Nicodemus, and then we did minor.
Manana.
So I'd like to make a motion for a view, additional information on the historical references and the existing elevations added to the top of the respective page at a smaller scale.
I like all that.
I think too, the frame of the window.
How does the board feel about 6/1s? The neighbor closest to town. I have my photos are on my computer. It has the 6/1s.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in here. 6/1 would imply that basically you're removing all of the windows in this house, because they're all either 2/2 or 1/1. That's one thing, and it ties into what I was just about to say before that, which is it almost looks like the eave on the existing house, you're making the eave lower on the south elevation than the existing eave, which would mean that basically the entire roof is coming off in order to be able to do that. So like when I pull on the thread of the sweater, you know, I start realizing like how much of this, is this a renovation or is this basically like tearing the roof off of this and rebuilding everything? Because I really think that's the way this is going. To go further, it's like the east elevation, just, you know, for one thing, if you look at the dormer that you're creating, the dormer is inset by like a foot. Our minimum is 3 feet. Now, if you bring it in 3 feet, now all of a sudden, you know, you don't get a window, you might get a door. Then there's that issue of the balcony. So I'm having to sort of like take these apart and compare everything to be able to understand what exactly it is that you're doing with this building. I don't think, at least given the stuff that I'm looking at, it doesn't look like you're saving an awful lot of it, or any of it really.
Our intent is to save, you know, most of it, and so the roof structure is only going to, you know, come off where we're adding new roof and structure. The south elevation that you're referring to, that's
this. So I'm going from here down to the ground, which is less than if I go from the south elevation here. I go from here down to the ground. It's less, I think. See what I mean?
I think it's pretty.
Well, so if you're,
yeah.
All right, so all of that is to say we're looking for some historical information. We're looking for, I think, rather than just a, you know, a wholesale bubble around half of the building or 3/4 of the building or all of the building, it says exactly like what's changing and what's not changing. You know, is that window staying? Is that window being removed? Da da da. So, and then somebody wanted to view it, which I think is important. And photographs, if we could have several copies of these, just so that we can each be looking at them to be able to refer back to what's being changed, that would be helpful.
And existing drawings on the elevation sheets.
On the same sheet, yeah, so we're not all sharing this one. Okay, does that sound good?
Yeah, the back roof and the back deck.
When you say the back, which elevation?
The east elevation, when you're talking about, that it was deliberate to put that dormer as close as possible.
Yeah,
that little section is the only view that they have of the water, and it's from the back.
Okay.
And the only public view that you have is along the cliff walk, and it's rather far away. So if you're out there for a viewing, I would ask that you go to the cliff walk and you actually try to look down that little alleyway between the building that's closer to the cliff walk, and you actually look in that corner and see if you have a problem with that deck, because that's the new owner is trying to get the view from the master bedroom and get that.
Yeah, so Kent, what we balance here is, you know, if I could get a water view if I put a 3rd floor on top of my house, but I don't think. Do you see what?
Well, I think the impact to the community is
I get it.
Is 2%.
We'll view it.
There used to be a 1-story wing that faced west, but it also faced east, that was about 30 feet long, which was their dining room.
On this?
For the family, because say these were the first people we knew down here.
Huh.
And their niece was my best friend. And we used to eat there every weekend, and there might have been 15 of us because they were all friends. Everybody along that bluff were all related.
Yeah.
And it's gone.
Yeah. Well, so let's try and be careful with this house.
Motion to hold for more information,
Viewing,
and
some revisions perhaps.
And some
existing
drawings.
Existing drawings on the same sheet to follow the proposed drawings. Okay.
Any race we can get.
All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thanks, Ken.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you next time. Okay, so.
Motion for the rest
So-
of Thursday?
Oh, yeah,
Motion
thank
to
you.
hold the rest of the agenda till Thursday.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Right, the new business agenda, we should say. So, Stephen, remind me. I'm
Sure.
sorry.
So, just the discussion on the update on the Vineyard Wind project
Right.
is, I would like to suggest that we, as soon as possible, have an executive session pertaining to strategy negotiations. There's an element requiring commission input that might disadvantage our position if we're discussed publicly at this time. So I don't know how we want to proceed with that. I have put in a request to town admin for clarification.
Oh, you have?
That is one of the elements that we can call access for, but I haven't heard back yet.
I forget, it's been so long since I've dealt with that I forget there are certain requirements, of course, for doing executive session.
So
That's it's for a contract and firing somebody.
Right.
Yeah, there's that. There's talking about people who review. There's a list of those items. It's not my area of expertise by any means. And there are some other items that relate to this that I would be more comfortable getting an opinion on before I mention, not that it's a big secret, but just because it's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
And it would be, in any event, indicated on the agenda of if we were to have an access executive session, that whatever the subject matter would be on the agenda.
Right.
There's nothing hidden
So you just need to get word back from.
Yeah, or maybe we can. We're supposed to be working on a timeline here that's going to expire before we would have a meeting posted unless we met Friday. So maybe we would do it Tuesday next week, just earlier, half an hour, 10 minutes or something. I don't really understand. It's a little bit different animal. I know when the select board meet for access, it's in a different venue and it's a little quieter, you might say. A little less.
I know you have to open the meeting as a public meeting and then you have to close it up.
Right.
So I wanted to mention that because I won't have an opportunity to Thursday. I'll be away in the after meeting time, but I'll be back in the evening for John's Say Goodbye John party, which I'll mention
Thursday.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how to proceed with it at this point.
All right.
And the fences took the energy out of me, so I'm not quite thinking clearly.
Me too.
What is a fence fee? What is an as-built fence fee? I never heard of that.
Where do you see? Oh, as-built fence fee. That's Linda Groves. I guess the fence was built without permission and now it's, whether we have, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, if you give me a few moments and maybe pick up the other business, I'll formulate some type of a recommendation.
Okay. You mean, pick this up?
Yeah.
Okay. So ostensibly this was about the discussion of the HDC at the Chuck Hollow, 41 Chuck Hollow, which I didn't sit on, is being appealed by the neighbor. And so ostensibly the discussion was about getting ready to go to the select board on that. But another issue that is associated with this is that apparently, I don't want to say too much. So what I'm looking for, and apparently there was a little discussion of this last week when I was not here for the Thursday meeting, for those of you who attended.
I wasn't here. I
Okay.
was not
Tuesday.
Oh, it was Tuesday. Sorry, I wasn't here for Tuesday either. So basically, this potentially, the same issue could be going before the zoning board of appeals, all right? Not to the select board, but to the zoning board of appeals for an appeal to the building commissioner. And all we need is to affirm something that you're all going to find to be incredibly obvious, okay? Affirm as a board that when we issue our certificate of appropriateness and we pass it along to the building commissioner, he is empowered to issue a building permit based on that certificate of appropriateness. It's as simple as that. Does that make sense?
That's what he's not supposed to change it.
No, he's not supposed to change it, and he doesn't. And so in this particular case, he did issue a building permit in the same way he issues a building permit, unless there's some other issue. You know, if there's a issue where they didn't go to the ZBA or they didn't go to the Concom or something, if there's some other issue not relating to the HUC, well, then he can hold it up. But he doesn't hold up, basically, he doesn't hold up at its whim and caprice one of our approvals. So we're simply stating, we'd be stating in a formal way the obvious, which is that when we issue our certificate of appropriateness, the building inspector is free to issue a building permit based on that certificate.
Right.
Okay?
That's why we're a commission.
Right.
Because that's what we do.
Does anybody have any questions, concerns, anything about that?
I do.
I think everything is made so unnecessarily complicated in the world.
Well, no, I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, when I learned about sort of the particulars of this, I was like, I kind of couldn't believe it. It's like, anyway, Stephen, you had something to say.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that I think I don't disagree with any of that. I think that the compounding aspect of this that makes it a little bit confusing is that the COA in this particular instance or instances is under appeal. However, that is outside, that's outside of our jurisdiction. It's outside of our control. So that goes back to the point that if we issue a certificate of appropriateness, then that is the basis for the building department, the building official, to be able to process and issue a permit. If there's a question of whether that can be done, whether it's under appeal or not, it's outside of our venue. We don't decide that.
Totally outside.
Yeah. So it's a kind of an odd gray area even in terms of making the distinction, but it is an important distinction. The appeal is outside of our jurisdiction. We can't then go on, I don't think legally, and say, well, if it's under appeal or if it's not under appeal. An appeal is outside of our jurisdiction. We do the certificate of appropriateness and we move on to the next application. So I just wanted to articulate that because it is part of what's going on.
That's where I got hung up.
Yeah.
Because it sounded like we were saying, building inspector, if we issue a certificate of appropriateness, you have to act on it.
Right.
It's at his discretion.
Yes.
However, when we issue our certificate of appropriateness, there's nothing that he would hold him up from moving forward with his part of the business, which is just issuing a building permit.
Right.
And by the way, maybe he issued the building permit and then it got appealed. I mean.
Right. But my point is that's outside of our umbrella. That's something they need to address. We don't know the facts. We don't know when it happened. or how it happened, or frankly, it's not relevant to us because we're not even involved in the appeal process yet. We just know it's been appealed. That appeal could be rescinded. I mean, there's like a host of things that have nothing to do with us, so.
Right. So, the proper language for this.
I guess I don't understand why you have to even state it. And who's asking it?
I have to be careful because what we've publicly noticed is, let me read it.
Discussion of HDC appeal.
Discussion of HDC appeals at 41 Chuck Hollow Road and Sunset Ridge Lane. Okay, so the fact that it says appeal and it's not specific as to whether it is a ZBA appeal or a select board appeal, that's not specific. So what's happening here is that there's obviously an appeal pending to the select board, but there also apparently, I believe, there are efforts being made to have an appeal at the level of the ZBA.
There will be an appeal at the ZBA
There
on
will
Thursday.
be.
And who are you?
Jay Maroney with
sorry.
Steve Cohen's office.
Sorry.
We represent the property owner at 41 Chuck
She
Hollow.
said that with a smile if you're listening.
Well, no, I didn't know who he was.
Well, I was waiting. I was trying to go the opposite of some other people who are.
Okay.
Could you repeat
So-
your
Appreciate
name,
your
please?
politeness.
Could you repeat your name?
Jay Maroney, Maroney.
And Grace.
And you are for the
The property owner at 41 Chuck Hollow.
Right.
So you're asking for an affirmation that a certificate of occupancy is valid for the building commissioner to issue a building permit where a certificate of, not certificate of occupancy, certificate of appropriateness is appropriate for a duly approved HDC certificate of appropriateness.
I would have stopped a few words ago.
Yeah.
We're just asking you to tell the ZBA that the building commissioner is able to grant a building permit on a validly issued COA.
You see, it's like so simple.
Because
it's like
and
it's
the
really
didn't have that
difficult finding
fast
words that are so
discussion.
absolutely
Because
simple.
the issue is if the ZBA decides to grant the appeal and do this, you could wind up with spurious lawsuits, but also with ZBA starting to decide HGC business. I mean, it's a way of pulling things out of the HGC process from HGC to select board by getting the ZBA involved in your business. It's
I frankly don't
chilling.
understand. And you know, my wife
Are
sits
they
on the
appealing
ZBA.
it because they're saying the HDC was wrong in granting this approval?
Yeah, they're doing
That's what they're
that.
doing to the select board. To the
Right.
ZBA, they're saying that the building commissioner shouldn't be
And
able
based
to.
on what though? What's their beef?
What they're saying is that basically the appeal to the ZBA, correct me if I'm wrong, because I need to understand this and try and be simple about it. They're appealing to the ZBA saying that if an HDC certificate of appropriateness is under appeal,
The building
the
commissioner
building
cannot.
commissioner cannot issue a building permit.
That's
But,
wrong.
but my point is,
Correct.
didn't he just, they probably followed the process, got the permit, and then along comes the appeal? Or was the appeal like immediate?
It
But-
doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It is it is not the business of any other commission to question one that we have done and the building inspector picks it up. That's if the ZBA doesn't say, oh, you can't issue that, nor does the planning board or
I
the.
think it's a dangerous thing because every neighbor on Nantucket will appeal their neighbor's decision and hold them up. And say, you can't get a building permit until we're done
We all do it.
Correct. Couldn't agree with you more.
This was done 100 years ago. What? I was Board of
You were
Selectmen
around
in
100 years ago?
1988. This is 2018. You have the number of years. This was divided. This stuff didn't come up. The lawyer, what's the lawyer doing? What's our town attorney doing?
Yeah.
Counting his
Well,
fingers?
I don't know whether this even has gotten before him, but the fact is, I'm pretty sure that we all agree that the reason that we sit here and issue certificates of appropriateness is so that applicants can then take that certificate of appropriateness, bring it down to the building department, and obtain a building permit.
And proceed.
Yeah.
I mean, that is as natural as rain.
Right.
So I think that it's fair, even though, one would argue that that doesn't even need to be said, that I don't think there's any problem with affirming that position.
No, and I just don't see why it all of a sudden comes up to be a major question, because it has been what has been followed for.
Yeah.
Yes. Like the chairman said, we argue that it's another way to put brakes on progress, drive up costs, and try to strong arm your neighbors.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
Would affirm that a duly issued certificate of appropriateness is acceptable for issuance of a building permit. That's our affirmation.
Is, real quick again.
We've taken the liberty of basically writing that down for you.
You wrote a motion?
We wrote a letter for you to
Would you
to
give it
review.
Terry so she can have a motion?
And it gives the ZBA a little bit of.
You talk too fast for me.
It tells them what we're talking about.
I have motion
and
to
then-
affirm duly issued COA is sufficient for issuance.
A motion to affirm
A duly issued COA
is acceptable for issuance of a building permit.
issuance of a.
Does that generally jive with what that's.
Another version if you want a different way.
I would believe so, yes.
We wrote you two options.
So that.
Very kind of you. Here,
I mean, that's basically.
Read that over. It's the second paragraph. Read that over and think if there's anything substantive that.
From the duly issued, so that covers that and that. Is sufficient, is acceptable, that's the same. The building permit, yeah. And then, they go on to state, which I think is kind of obvious, but that a property owner may proceed at their own risk if the COA was approved by the HDC, and that's
standard procedure.
That's given. So I don't mind one way or the other if it's in there, but it's.
Let's put it in.
Okay, so we'll add that.
Because that, I think that's a salient point.
Yeah, we're really clarifying it.
Yeah.
Did you catch that, Terry?
Not really.
Stephen's gonna say it all again.
So affirm that. So the motion is to affirm that a duly issued certificate of appropriateness, HDC of course, is acceptable for issuance of a building permit, and that a property owner may proceed at their own risk if the COA was approved by the HDC. I think that's self-evident.
That covers it. Yeah, and it is self-evident.
Well, that's the one you're using, so
Okay.
I took the other one back.
So that was your motion, was it not, Stephen?
It was.
Okay, so all those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Unanimous.
What's the date on that?
This letter is July 25th.
And that's because I wrote it for last week's, but I can email you and correct the dates if you'd like.
This is
They probably
basically
need it, I just
going
need to reference it in the minutes.
Okay.
And then I'd like to move back. Can we move right back to the wind thing?
Yeah.
Are we
So
done with
thank
that?
you all.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yes, please.
So,
Oh,
Terry,
right, you
I'm
want to have
looking for
time
some parliamentarian stuff on this too. But I'd like to move that we schedule an executive session subject to compliance with open meeting law, the time and date to be announced, and the subject material to be announced relating to the wind turbine development projects, strategy, negotiations, etc.
I don't think you need to say that much. I think that's very,
Too much?
yeah,
So just move, so then I would,
going into executive session to review, existing contractual agreements isn't the,
well, actually, I wasn't moving to go into the meeting. I was moving that we are
Schedule.
all in agreement to schedule it once we
schedule.
get the determination that we can do it.
and
So
then,
we don't have to have another meeting to figure out.
No,
the-
I'm totally on board. Right.
To Erica,
Yeah,
because she can give you probably the specific
right,
number that you're going to need to reference.
okay.
Because when you put it in the minutes, or put it on the agenda, you have to state you're going into executive meeting law, or executive session under blah, 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 which addresses
Right.
strategies and
Okay.
da-da-da facing court.
So then I'm going to simplify my motion to move that we schedule an executive session meeting subject to compliance with open meeting law, time and date to be announced.
that's very simple. And
Sounds
that gives it a little wider
Sure.
thing to look at
appreciate
if we have to see
Yeah.
something else.
Move something.
Okay, so the motion on the table. All those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Valerie?
Aye.
Oh, right.
Thank you.
I know.
Can I just say something? I printed out for the appeals, the information I sent you all in the email, so you can look at them.
When is the appeal? I'm sorry to bring this up again, but
Oh, I got some bad news for you, Stephen.
when is it? And
August 21st.
I voted no.
Well, so did I, so we wouldn't be the right people to represent it.
I mean,
Wait, okay, so there's two appeals. Which one are you talking about?
I was on 41 Chuck Hollow, and I believe I voted no. I can still represent.
That's really
I can
interesting.
still represent that it wasn't
I'm actually
arbitrary.
not gonna- Oh, first of all,
capricious.
wait a second. Okay, this gets very confusing.
Because you recused?
No,
Or you just
no,
weren't?
no, no. I was not in attendance for Chuck Hollow. That was that one. Now, are you saying you voted against it and you voted against it?
Okay, so stand by. So 41, I don't have my notes
But
with
that
me, so I
doesn't
didn't think I
make
had to.
unable to
I can
So
still
the new
represent.
dwelling-
represent.
Well,
Objectively. I mean, it wasn't arbitrary and capricious. I
Okay,
didn't
well-
disagree because of that. I
Okay.
just didn't agree
The
with
new
that.
dwelling was approved. Camp was the acting chair. McLaughlin, Oliver, Welch, Watterson, Dutra.
no
But
Val.
Welch and Oliver opposed.
Oh, Oliver.
So Camp, Abby was the acting chair on the new dwelling.
And when is the hearing and when is Abby back?
Oh, I don't know, I'm done, let's cross that bridge when we get to it. So that's, I don't know.
We
The
got
hearing's
all
the
of August.
21st.
Because we're at that bridge trying to figure out who's going to represent it.
Right, so that's the first one.
But wait, before we move on, let's deal with, please.
Yeah.
So we have this appeal, and do we know what the appeal date is?
The 21st.
21st of August?
Yeah.
And do we know when Abby's coming back, or?
She doesn't necessarily have to represent it.
No, but I would just prefer not to have to, so I'm curious when she's
Well,
gonna
so,
be here.
you know,
Can you read back to me
you can represent
all the board members?
So for the new dwelling, it was Abby was acting chair.
Yeah.
McLaughlin, Oliver, Welch, and Watterson. And Dutra was the alternate.
Oh, gosh.
But Welch and Oliver opposed it. It was carried 3-2.
Yeah, so,
So there's that.
you know, I can't imagine Abby's gonna be too interested in going to, represent.
And I don't think
She doesn't like to talk
wanna
like that.
Yeah,
do that.
I mean, I can ask her. Now, so just to further complicate things, I'm not here. So I didn't think I was representing Chuck Hollow simply because I didn't sit on it. But then Sunset Ridge, which is the thing about the pergola, I'm not here for that either. I'm going to be away. And they said, oh, well, we can't move the date. It has to be that date. So
I don't even remember what that was.
that was Joe Topham got the house approved where the old water tower was.
Right. Yeah, I know that.
The guy built a shed, and the neighbor appealed the shed.
Mm-hmm.
Right, there was the house, then there's this little shed. It was up on the hill. The neighbor appealed the shed. So the owner said, I'm not gonna go to Superior Court on this. He's gonna drag me to Superior Court because we prevailed, by the way, on that at the level of the select board. But then the guy filed papers to Superior Court, and so he says it's less expensive for me to just take the shed off the property and not have it. So I was like, oh, okay. And then he came in with an application for a pergola off of the house. This appeal is for the pergola.
In the same sort of area it was.
The shed was obviously removed from the house some distance, say 10 feet or so. And the pergola is attached to the house, attached to the mudroom, but it's getting appealed.
I don't know whether it's.
And when is that one?
The 21st.
So can I continue?
Yeah.
So the other 41 Truck Hollow was a pool.
Oh no, that was appealed too?
Yeah, there are 3 for 41 Truck Hollow. And that
3
was
appeals?
Yeah, and that one was approved.
I did sit on that.
Oliver was the chair. McLaughlin, Camp, Welch, and Watson, and that was carried 5-0. So that was approved. And the other one was a color change for 41 Chuck Hollow.
That got appealed?
Yep. So the color change was approved as submitted, and you were on that one. Cole, McLaughlin, Oliver, Welch, Dutra. So that's 41 Chuck Hollow. I've made copies for everyone. I did email you, but I made copies. And then for Sunset Ridge, as Ray was just saying.
I'm sorry, Kathy, I didn't realize there was 3 of them under appeal.
There's 4 total.
No, I meant for Chuck
Yeah,
Hollow.
yeah, that's why
Yeah, my apologies.
No, it's okay. Where's my minutes? I'm sorry.
So, what about the vice chair going?
So,
She'd be
Sunset
good.
Ridge.
You'd be awesome doing this.
She would be good.
I don't put up with any shit.
You do not. That's for
Sunset
sure.
Ridge was
I'll go and support
approved. Camp abstained. It was Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, and Welch. It was carried forward.
Oh, I wasn't on that one either?
No.
What's that? The
Oh,
one
I thought I was on that
Sunset Ridge?
one.
Yeah, so it was pergola, trellis, and patio.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
So in each of these, I have a copy of what the lawyers sent down to town admin.
Do you have?
The lawyer.
The lawyers.
Wait. Both lawyers.
Yeah.
Lawyers for the owners and lawyers
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
appellants.
It's what was sent from like.
My own view on this is back in days of yore when my stuff used to get to appeal. It was the owner's lawyer who was doing the heavy lifting.
Right.
Who is the owner's lawyer?
Well, it depends.
No, I meant, do we know in these instances?
Well, the owner's lawyer in the case of Chuck Hollow is Steve Cohen.
And then
we know that for sure. And I don't know who the attorney
I have to look for I don't know, it might be in here. I don't know.
Diane,
If I'm around, and I don't want to say I definitely am yet, because I know I have stuff, but I have to just look at my book. I'll do Sunset Ridge.
I mean, I'm happy to come and
Easily.
support. I was thinking that I could argue objectively that a no. I could differentiate between a no vote and something not being arbitrary and capricious. And while I think I can do that, I think it muddles the case because it's like, well, you voted no.
So why are you here?
Right. So why are you, well, how can you say it's not arbitrary and capricious? Well, I can say, I don't believe that it's appropriate because it's not typical. But then that muddies the water with, well, you just said it's not appropriate, and now you're saying it's not arbitrary and capricious.
But so the one thing that I would respond to that is the way that this board works, the way that most board works, is by majority vote.
Yeah.
Okay. And fortunately, in the case of most of our applications, we're usually voting unanimously or close to it.
Yeah.
Right. That doesn't happen all the time. Usually you're getting a simple majority out of it, right? And just because you're getting a simple majority and some people are against the project doesn't mean it's arbitrary and capricious.
That's right.
If every mixed vote was arbitrary and capricious, there would be a lot of boards having a very hard time.
I don't disagree.
Looking at the wrong point of view, if he voted against it.
I'm just saying that it presents potential for the attorney who's appealing to use that to confuse issues and make it confusing for the select board, and then therefore it may weaken our case that it wasn't arbitrary and capricious. Whereas if I was voting in the affirmative, it just by me being someone who voted against it, it could muddy the waters. Is all I'm saying.
But I do think that you have Dawn Holgate was the chair of the HDC at one point, so she understands.
But there's 4 other members, so I'm
Right.
a little more
Right.
concerned about them. Than.
Yeah.
Diane, are you available at all for this? Would you consider it?
I will go down with Val, the 2 of us who worked very hard in that building and moving the landing and the trees and the thing going up was, we drove out there around and about.
One Sunset?
Yeah. What's her name? Murphy.
Oh, yeah.
Pam Murphy
across
lives
the
across
street.
the street. I don't
Yeah.
know whether she might be one.
She's not.
Not doing that, but we got a lot of grief because of
I don't know about you, but I think a water tower is so much more attractive.
Terribly.
And they shingled it, I want you to know.
And I don't mind coming and supporting if you want the help, but
I think the more people that can get there, the better off we are. Just because you're against something, because you don't think it's right in this particular location or whatever, doesn't make that how it went through was not done properly.
And I agree with you.
And that's the most effective thing.
And I agree with you.
That's exactly right. Because the thing that we encounter all the time with appeals to the select board is the select board is supposed to only vote on whether our board was arbitrary and capricious in voting through a particular application. What they get into is whether they happen to agree with the decision that we made. That's not what they're supposed to be voting on. They're only supposed to be voting on whether it's clear that they could clearly demonstrate that we were arbitrary and capricious in some way.
Is that the only thing people appeal on? Is
Arbitrary?
that same old, lame old comment?
Yep.
Well, that's all they can.
Well, that's legally all they
That
can.
is legally the only. That's the basis of any appeal.
See, now, even though I was not in favor of that,
Yeah.
I could argue very easily that there was nothing arbitrary or capricious about our process.
And so could I, but I just think that going in front of them and seeing how
I
things
agree with
happen, that it gets sometimes out of the arbitrary capricious. And if we want to support, if we want to put our best foot forward, I think a person who either wasn't involved or voted positively makes the case. I'm not saying we can't otherwise, and I'm not saying I won't, but I'm just sharing my opinion, and I think somebody.
So I think that that's a good approach. Is see the tenor of the board, how the presentations are being made, how the whole thing is going. Regardless of whether you are there, the appellant is going to inevitably bring up the fact that it was not a unanimous vote. They always do.
And I'm
because
happy
that's
to-
the only way that they can.
And I'm happy to stand up at that
Yeah.
point if it looks like we need to or whatnot, and they'll probably too, and say, look, I voted no, but this, it doesn't
But we
jeopardize the
deliberated.
validity of the process.
They are trying to say, whoever does say that, is that how we vote on a particular day on a particular item is more important than the law that we're following that allows us to vote in any way and still be held to the HDC's rules. It's a slippery legal thing.
Yeah.
Now, did they institute some policy though that we need to respond to them in writing? Is that still, or was that just something
Respond to whom?
dreamed up?
Respond to whom?
To the select board? Have we ever had to do that?
Oh, no. Okay. So I think that's been done, actually. I think John took care of that
Okay,
before he left. So here it is. I was scolded by Matt Fee because basically we just walked in. And he said, well, we didn't get any synopsis or anything from you guys about, so, I didn't know that I had to do that. It was my first appeal. And, John said, shucks, we could have done that quite easily. And so as far as I know, I'm pretty sure that I saw John had submitted some information basically stating the way things went with the HDC.
I have something from him about Sunset Ridge, but not about 41 Chuck Hollow. I can ask him. All I know is I have to send down this packet that I emailed to you down to Erica with a brief synopsis. So I'll find out from John.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because the synopsis is what was lacking on the first appeal.
I thought I'd heard that.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
I'll follow up on that.
John may have some,
He did one for Sunset Ridge.
right,
but he
because
didn't
he
do one-
was the administrator
Right.
then, so he can add his
Yeah,
cents.
it would probably be beneficial if you could do the Chuck Hollow one, or at least give you some insights.
Yeah. I'll email him. Okay.
All right.
Diane Jr., you've been very patient.
So Thursday is the Goodbye John, Say Goodbye John thing at Fairgrounds, but we haven't been able to actually get a spot at Fairgrounds for certain. So I don't know if we,
Unless
What do you mean a spot?
well, like if they have a busy night and we walk in the door.
All you have to do is call up and speak to Pug and tell him you have a bunch of people, 10 people, 12 people coming, and would he have some little hors d'oeuvre ready, and
Yeah,
will
so
he
that
make a
means we
space,
have
and
to hire.
he does, it's free.
Val, would you like to speak to this issue?
I asked over there, and we can do that, but that means we're hiring them to hold this little soiree for us, and that's gonna cost money. We're gonna have to
Who said that?
hire.
Can I-
You think they're just gonna
So
throw
I ask
food
if
in
you
us?
I have
want-
Sit
30
on the
people
deck.
Has
on
there been a
Diane
time?
and Dee Dee's birthday for no
So
charge at
Tuesday,
all.
last Tuesday we
We
talked
made a
about
salad bar, had all the hors
this
d'oeuvres, we
Thursday
bought the drinks for
at
him,
5:30.
and I didn't, all
We're
we
gonna
paid
need-
for was
Just order
the
some
food.
apps and have some
He didn't
drinks.
charge us one nickel.
Well, maybe you
I don't
should
know, I
go
just
on
think-
that.
DFW
Since I'm the guy who thought of it, I didn't want to
To
go
be
there.
fair, I only
If
talked
it's
to the
busy and
girls
you
at the
can't go
podium
there, it would
because nobody
suck.
else was there.
So I was just, I
I
just
don't wanna be in
brought it
charge
up.
of
I
it.
didn't know it was
'cause,
gonna.
So
So
I think 5:30 is kind of safe.
you think we're good at 5:30?
To just run in there and
Yeah.
snacks and tables?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know
I
what.
used to work there. You get.
So 5:30 is safe. Okay.
The
I
only
just-
night's bad is Tuesday nights because he has that live band.
So we'll plan on 5:30 then, as originally scheduled. Just meet. And will you please, obviously Terry knows. Would you let Kadeem know? Because he was, he's been here.
Hey.
when John is.
I got to ask the really obvious question.
We don't need to post.
Why not?
Well, if we're not talking about HTC business,
For example,
Yeah.
Concom board got together to wish two of their members goodbye. It was at somebody's house. Don't discuss the HDC, that's all.
Yeah.
You're gonna be in public,
I mean,
so if anybody
great.
hears
I
you
thought
talking
if
about
three of
what
us met on the
about
street,
that
we had to
project,
notice.
Right.
you're gonna get
Well,
nailed.
that's not interesting. Wow, okay.
Well, I think the holdover from that is that the
You
many,
can go
many
to
years ago, the old school, the good old boy network select board would meet and talk select board business at the JC house.
After every
And that
meeting,
was a little
we
bit
went over
different.
there and
I was present for some of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Little did I know
what's going on. Yeah.
Arthur DeRosa could put a few
That's
away.
funny. Okay.
So thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that for John.
Great.
And we're thinking hour and a half. So it's
Sounds
not like
good.
a big forever night.
Yeah.
Okay. A motion to adjourn?
I like that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bye, gentlemen.